Ladies and gentlemen, if I can have your attention, thank you so much for joining us in the beautiful, historic, and above all, air-conditioned environment of the Guildhall. I'm Robert Colville, I'm Director of the Centre for Policy Studies. I'll be popping on and off stage, mostly to vamp while we change the furniture arrangements. But it's my great pleasure to welcome you all here, and it's my great pleasure to get this show underway, Lord Spencer, the Chairman of the Centre for Policy Studies. Thank you.
Welcome, welcome all of you on this beautiful day to this glorious conference hall. And thank you very much for joining us today. It's good to have a good crowd here. I'm Michael Spencer. I'm Chairman of the Centre for Policy Studies. As those of you who have been to these events before will know, this conference, established in the honour of our glorious co-founder, has a different theme each year. Opportunity is the relevant theme for this year's event, as this was indeed at the heart of the society that Margaret Thatcher wanted to build. She believed that people should have the chance to start a company, build a business, buy a home, and benefit the country and society in the process. When the Centre for Policy Studies was set up by Lady Thatcher and Keith Joseph almost 50 years ago, it was because there was a sense that Britain was in a state of decline. In many ways, our lives today are immeasurably better, thanks in large part to the policies advocated over the years by the CPS. Today, however, opportunity feels like it is in retreat. In particular, the scales are tilted against the younger generation, who find themselves paying ever higher taxes, ever higher education and childcare bills, ever higher rental payments, rather than having the opportunity to buy a home of their own and build a better life for themselves. For entrepreneurs, the burden of tax and regulation seems to grow inexorably year after year. So how can we revive opportunity? How can we give more people the chance to fulfill their potential? We all recognize times are difficult, but I want you to leave this conference energized by new ideas brought forward by our incredible team of speakers today. Business leaders, politicians, and thinkers to come up with the answers. So I'd like to thank you all for coming. And I'd like to thank all our speakers, in particular the Education Secretary, Gillian Keegan, who you'll be hearing from very shortly. And I'd like to thank the City of London, the Telegraph, and PP, our key sponsors, for making this event possible. And I'd now like to introduce you to Chris Hayward, the City of London's Policy Chair, who'll set out their thinking on opportunity. Thank you.
My Lords, Secretary of State, Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to welcome you all here to the City of London and to officially open this year's Margaret Thatcher Conference. And for those of you who I haven't had the privilege of meeting before, my name's Chris Hayward. I'm the Policy Chairman, which is the title we use here for the political leader here at the City of London Corporation. And it is a real pleasure for us here in the Corporation to host today's Centre for Policy Studies Conference, especially because I believe their choice of topic this year, that of opportunity, is a perfect choice for the United Kingdom right now. Margaret Thatcher herself was rigorously focused on the idea of opportunity. She outlined in a speech made in 1975 how we should strive to achieve an equality of opportunity, making sure that everyone has the same chance to reach similar levels of success, no matter their focus. And it's a belief and an ideal which we in the City of London, and I personally, strive to uphold. If we were just to take the United Kingdom's financial and professional services industry, which have their historic home here in the City of London, then it is a sector which spreads opportunity throughout the United Kingdom. It helps people achieve what they've always wanted through credit and mortgages. It helps businesses to grow through loans and support schemes. And importantly, it helps our broader economy, employing over 2.5 million people. That's almost 8% of total UK employment, with 2/3 of those jobs based outside of London. And I'm very fortunate in my position to regularly visit our financial and professional service sector leaders in cities like Bristol, Belfast, Cardiff, Glasgow, Manchester and Leeds, and so many UK centres of excellence. And it's thanks to their expertise and innovation that so many different international economies import their services, which totaled nearly £130 billion in 2020, roughly equivalent, ladies and gentlemen, to 4% of the UK's GDP. And it's clear to me that countries look towards the United Kingdom, they look towards our financial and professional services sector, and they see opportunity. Now, the cynics may hear such a statement. They may roll their eyes and quip, yes, an opportunity to eat our lunch. But the cynicism is not borne out by the facts. No, the UK is an investment opportunity. We saw from the EY report last week that the United Kingdom continues to be Europe's most attractive location for foreign direct investment in financial services. And while France and other European countries see a fall in investment projects, the United Kingdom attracted 76 financial services projects last year, an increase, ladies and gentlemen, of 13 projects from 2021. And what's crucial for us here in the City of London Corporation is that we continue to create the right circumstances for investment. We are championing our investment management sector, which oversees 14% of worldwide assets under management through our Global Investment Futures campaign. We are continuing our world-leading work on green finance by hosting the Net Zero Delivery Summit, where government and financial innovators discuss the route to a carbon-neutral future. And we are ensuring that our financial services benefit from the many advantages of a more diverse workforce, as we led the Socio-Economic Diversity Task Force, a topic which you will be discussing later today. But my message to you today is that we must go even further. With a coronation behind us and a general election in front of us, the world is looking to the UK to redefine itself. There has never been a bigger opportunity to build on our UK-wide strengths and to go even further and redefine British business. It is these types of ideas and challenges that I know this conference is known for embracing. We've seen this ambition from government, especially in the financial and professional services sector, and the Edinburgh Reforms and the Financial Services and Markets Bill are to be welcomed. But we know that we can go further, allowing business to take the opportunities these reforms bring and create real and long-lasting change to the sector. And it is this change that is at the heart of our City Corporation's Finance for Growth programme. It's a roadmap to reinforce and renew the United Kingdom's role as a global financial hub, the first comprehensive industry-wide review that encompasses all aspects of UK financial services, and I'm very privileged to be chairing that review. But this isn't an idea we've thought up within the Roman boundaries of the square mile and are imposing on the sector. No, Finance for Growth is a sector-led initiative, one, as I say, that myself and with the Lord Mayor are very grateful for the support we have received from firms across the city for this initiative. This is not a project, ladies and gentlemen, aimed at tinkering around the edges or minor adjustments, or, heaven forbid, yet another report. We want to see real positive change, focused on tech, innovation and sustainable finance, which will help create a more competitive UK marketplace and influence our international policy. Our aim is for our financial and professional services sector to be the best in class, driving UK PLC forward, creating the wealth, the jobs, and yes, the opportunities that support the whole economy. And I look forward to being able to update you on the work of that task force very soon. But ladies and gentlemen, let me finish my speech not by quoting from the Iron Lady, but another relevant stalwart of the 80s British culture. I refer to the Pet Shop Boys, for those in the audience who can remember them. And Neil Tennant sung in their song Opportunities, if you recall it, and don't worry, I'm not about to serenade you all. He sung, "You know, there's a lot of opportunities. If there aren't, you can make them." Now, while I believe the Pet Shop Boys may have been a little tongue-in-cheek with that lyric, that can-do attitude has proven to be a defining feature of UK business culture. Namely, if we see an opportunity, we take it. If we don't see an opportunity, we make one. But of course, the picture is more complex than opportunistic, and I'm glad that this conference is opening this topic up through a series of roundtables and presentations. And I hope that each one of you will take this opportunity to learn about how we can build on our business strengths and create a more prosperous United Kingdom. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have the absolute privilege to welcome and pass over to our keynote speaker, the Secretary of State for Education, the Right Honourable Gillian Keegan. Secretary of State.
Thank you. Hello and good afternoon. And thank you, Michael and Chris, for those introductory words and also for all your support for the CPS. The CPS was first founded because the Conservative Party needed to find a new purpose, and the work you have done to carry on that mission is truly remarkable. A testament to your work and impact can be seen in our last manifesto, not surprising as your director here helped to author it, and I hope he has his pen ready again. When I was first invited to be Education Secretary, there were two things that crossed my mind. First, that there are a lot of shoes to fill, especially recently. And second, that there are some really big shoes to fill, and none bigger than the namesake of today's conference, Lady Thatcher, and indeed her co-founder of the CPS, Sir Keith Joseph. Walking into the department, it was clear we are grappling with many of the same challenges. And today, we need to take inspiration from the path that they walked. And that's why I'm honoured to be addressing you at the organisation where it all started. I'll confess, until I came to Westminster, I didn't know much about the CPS. Liverpool, especially the part I'm from, is not the place you'd normally expect to find someone, anyone, who was inspired by Margaret Thatcher. My father a miner, my family staunch Labour supporters, and even a great-grandmother awarded lifelong membership of her local Labour Party. It's fair to say that when I stood as a Conservative candidate in Merseyside in 2015, I was an outlier. Indeed, I even changed my name to my husband's to protect the innocent. I did an interview with the Liverpool Echo last week, and they were puzzled. How did someone from Liverpool, with their granddad's old miner's lamp in their parliamentary office, become Conservative? They asked, how did you go so wrong? And when I started work back in 1984 in a car factory, let me tell you, Thatcherism certainly wasn't popular in Kirby. But in 1987, I, just 3 years later, as a young working-class girl from Knowsley, voting for the first time, voted Conservative, because I knew what the Conservative government were doing made sense, common sense. Mrs. Thatcher used to often talk about the economy through the lens of her father's grocery store. I also learnt a lot working in a shop on Saturdays in Liverpool, age 14. It was my first job. I learned even more when I started full-time work, age 16, in a car factory. I learned what not to do when I saw how militant trade unions downed tools at the drop of a hat in protest to any changes required to remain competitive against global threats. This had the entirely predictable result of closing that factory some years later with the loss of many jobs. I learned that you need to make the sums add up. I learned that to expand or win new models or markets, you need to have the fundamentals in place, building on strong foundations. To me, that's the true legacy of Margaret Thatcher: sound money and solid economic foundations. If I'm to borrow a quote from her, pennies don't fall from heaven, they have to be earned here on earth. Our country, our economy, our spending is built on the hard work of everyday people who apply themselves, seize opportunities, and solve problems. We all contribute towards the running of this country through our service and through our taxes. But it is on us as political leaders to ensure that the taxpayers' money is spent wisely and to take the incredibly difficult decisions that are required to guide us to a brighter and better future. Much as any business might have to tighten their belt when sales are down, we too must show restraint when it is needed. Labour politicians have tried to redefine this as austerity. I prefer to call it living within your means. Perhaps it takes a simple northerner to call things by their proper names. Nowhere is this more true than the government's commitment to halving inflation. It is easy to become blasé about that word, but we all know firsthand what it really means. The value of each pound in your pocket being steadily eroded, the cost of essentials of the weekly shop, or the small luxuries that make life worth living, all rising. More stress for families, worrying how to make ends meet. There is nothing sound, nothing good, nothing moral about tolerating rising inflation. The Prime Minister is right to commit to halve inflation as his number one priority, and I'm proud to be part of a government that is channeling Mrs. Thatcher's legacy by gripping inflation. The same discipline extends to a responsible Conservative approach to borrowing, to spending, and yes, to taxation. Now let me be clear, nobody in this country doubts that we need more growth. Indeed, it is the number 2 priority after halving inflation. But you don't get growth just by saying it. If that was true, even the Labour Party could achieve it. You get it, like anything in life, by putting the work in. When I was growing businesses for many years in many sectors across many countries, I didn't just hope that customers would come along and the business would grow. I built a strategy to make it a reality. Mrs. Thatcher understood this. The painful medicine of sound monetary policy was later accompanied by prudent cuts in taxation. An economic agenda designed to recreate the dynamism and strength that made our country a great economic power, to reward hard work and to have the courage to take on vested interests. However, whilst lower taxes are at the heart of Conservative economic thinking, Margaret Thatcher never thought that the way to achieve a low-tax economy was by dramatically increasing public sector debt and borrowing. She knew that you had to deal with inflation first, otherwise every tax cut or spending pledge would simply be eaten by inflation. That focus, that grip, that is what this government is channeling. You can see it in the Chancellor's focus on restoring economic stability and in the Prime Minister's focus on driving growth industries where we can leverage a real competitive advantage. Because you cannot have growth without stability. But stability is both hard-won and easily lost. Mrs. Thatcher understood that. If you believe in markets, you must listen to them. Lady Thatcher surrounded herself with business heavyweights. She understood the importance of business and entrepreneurship to the economy. She knew you needed to fix the fundamentals first. And financing expensive projects or pursuing tax cuts without sound money and fiscal discipline is fairy tale economics. Forget that simple lesson and we forget Thatcherism. Plus, selectively choosing bits of the legacy, dressing it up as Thatcherism, is a betrayal of her great legacy. It is not enough to look the part, you need to play the part, understanding how the real economy works to deliver real, lasting change. That's why we are holding our nerve and maintaining a relentless focus on what matters to the British people. After all, to quote this conference's namesake, much as we would like to do many things in the public sector, there is nothing sound or moral in spending other people's money that we haven't got. For this government, education is a vital part of the answer. As the Prime Minister says, education is the closest thing that we have to a silver bullet. This is true, and I don't just believe it, I have lived it. I got my break through my apprenticeship, and young people across the country are getting their breaks every day. Go to any of our schools, colleges, institutes of technology, or universities that I tour every week, and you can see it. Young people taking T-levels, training in high-tech facilities to be the next generation of medical professionals. Apprentices learning how to make video games and films through the latest digital motion capture technology, which I saw in my home city of Liverpool last Thursday. Workers reskilling to install heat pumps or upgrade our electricity and broadband networks. Across every challenge and opportunity this country faces, I hear one consistent thing from businesses. We need more people with the right skills. Now, that's not just the job of government. Businesses need to take a lead as well, especially as 80% of the 2030 workforce is already there in work. We all have a part to play. And this government is playing its part. There is a quiet revolution going on in education. We've done it in schools, from phonics to free schools, transforming the outcomes for children who can now claim to be the best in the West at reading. Our dramatic improvements in maths is also a very real achievement, both for our teaching profession and our students, helping them find high-quality, high-skilled jobs in the future. But we're also seeing it within our skills system, where we are getting rid of the soft bigotry that says courses in technical education are not equal to academic education. We're introducing new technical qualifications. We're pushing apprenticeships, including degree apprenticeships, so that full-time courses at universities aren't viewed as the only route to a good life. Learn and earn is a fantastic choice and route into the workplace. And we're introducing the lifelong loan entitlement, building on the legacy that Lady Thatcher started when she supported the Open University, ensuring that people can constantly reskill for changing times. In schools, every child in every school should be benefiting from a high-quality education. We shouldn't look across the country and accept or expect less just because of where they've come from. If that had happened, I'd have been written off 40 years ago, and I don't want that for any child. We're at a critical point. Our children have suffered so much from the pandemic, and whilst we're clawing that back bit by bit, it's more important than ever that children are in school, and the last thing they need are strikes by their teachers. Now, we've made a fair and reasonable offer to the unions to end the strikes and provided more funding to pay for it, but sadly this was not accepted by the unions and therefore by teachers. But it's clear to me that our teachers do a fantastic job. Without mine, Mr. Ashcroft, I wouldn't be standing here today. But if we don't get inflation down, then we will all suffer. Teachers, parents, children. It's a spiral that makes us all poorer. But it appears that some unions are more focused on their narrow interests and not our wider well-being as a society. Sadly, this isn't new. From phonics to academies, SATs to inspections, they have constantly resisted the steps that have driven up standards and improved life chances for our children. Now, growing up in Knowsley, I've seen with my own eyes what a local education system destroyed by Labour and their union backers looks like. Failing schools, low expectations, no accountability, no ownership, no standards, and ultimately, no hope. aided and abetted by a Labour Party that historically alternates between parroting the union's asks and promising to spend money that they don't have to fix the problems that they have created. We can see this again today from the Labour Party. What is their big education policy? Tax changes that will close down many independent schools that analysts have said will raise little or no money and may even cost money as the state needs to provide more school places for displaced children. Next, changes to the apprenticeship levy that will cut the number of apprentices in half. Two ill-thought-through policies. They just don't get it. But then Labour never did do numbers. They do the politics of envy instead. The improvements we have made to our education system have been so hard won. Thanks to this Conservative government, children today are reading better, they are more numerate, their options are wider, their futures are brighter. We cannot put that at risk. Mrs. Thatcher was spot on in 1979 when she said, "In the name of dogma, the Labour government has destroyed many good schools and has lowered academic standards. We cannot let this happen again." So today it is an honour to speak at the Thatcher conference and to consider her remarkable legacy. Once again, this country will soon face a time to choose. Freedom, economic stability, competence, these are things that are easily taken for granted. But let me tell you, seeing Liverpool's local government collapse in the 1980s when I was growing up taught me that lofty, progressive ideals can quickly result in real misery for real families. In 1979, Lady Thatcher asked us to reject socialism and to unite the country with the politics of common sense. We did it then, we're doing it now, and we will do it again. That is what the Conservative Party does. All those years ago, it was common sense that brought me to the Conservative Party. It is what has kept me here ever since. It is what makes me proud to be standing here as a member of this government. Because Conservatives are not tribal. We are not weighed down by decades of dogma and hate like the Labour Party. We're inclusive, pragmatic, listening, adapting, whilst always seeking to conserve the best of our unique country. So it seems fitting to end my remarks with a quote from the great lady herself that seems particularly apt to the circumstances we find ourselves in today. The Labour Party scheme their schemes. The Liberals dream their dreams. But we have work to do. Thank you very much.
There we go. Thank you so much to the Secretary of State, and I'm very happy to, and so I should say, she mentioned skills as being very important. That's the topic of our second panel. But our first panel is on the topic of the economy, and in particular, how well it's set up to deliver opportunity, both in the UK and more broadly. And I would hopefully like to welcome our brilliant panel, chaired by Kate Andrews of The Spectator. Or perhaps not. So I think we were just waiting to get some water on. Sorry, Kate. I should have said, by the way, the last time I was in front of a display this impressive was at ABBA Voyage. So hopefully we won't all be breaking out into song and dance later. But now our panel is here. Apologies for that. Kate, I'll leave it to you.
Hello. Welcome again to the Margaret Thatcher Conference hosted by the Centre for Policy Studies. I'm Kate Andrews. I'm the Spectator magazine's economic editor, and I'm going to be your chair for the next hour for this session, Building an Opportunity Economy. If you're a political junkie, it's been a very exciting week for you, specifically the past 48 hours. But in truth, when it comes down to what people are thinking about on a day-to-day basis, we know that that comes down to the economic problems that this country and internationally so many people are facing. The UK is becoming an outlier on its headline inflation rate. Core inflation, which excludes energy and food prices, has actually been rising on the month. We're virtually looking at very little, if not any, growth this year. The forecasts range and people make a lot of it in the headlines, but the truth is they're all at the moment roughly saying the same thing, is that we're going to see very, very little growth. Interest rates continue to rise. The expectation is that they could come closer to 5% now, which could put millions of people's mortgages in jeopardy. And of course, amongst all of this, we're dealing with an ever-growing state. We're dealing with more and more resources being taken up by the state, which brings into, I think, perspective our big question today about how we're going to build that opportunity economy when so many of those opportunities, so many of those resources appear to be vanishing. We have a wonderful panel for you today to discuss these topics. Chris Hayward is the Policy Chairman for the City of London Corporation. Andrew Griffith MP is the Economic Secretary to the Treasury and City Minister. Tracy Blackwell is the Chief Executive Officer and Director for the Pension Insurance Corporation, and Torsten Bell is the Chief Executive of the Resolution Foundation. I'm going to ask all four panelists to do very brief remarks, and then we're going to dive into a conversation. There isn't going to be any Q&A. There's so many of you, it would be very difficult to get around to all of you. But I will say this is being live streamed, so please be aware of that. And it's nice that we're joined by people in their office at home as well. So, Chris, I'm going to start with you just to give a few introductory remarks.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. And I'm conscious that you've all had to suffer me once already today, so I'll try not to repeat too much of what I said in my opening address to you this afternoon. But I think if I had one thought about this topic and about the future, is that at this time that we face with an election in a year's time, the world is looking to the United Kingdom to redefine itself. And there's an opportunity for us to do that, and I think this government is grabbing this opportunity and is taking us forward, because we need to build on our strengths that we've had for many years in the United Kingdom for the good of the United Kingdom economy. And I think that the United Kingdom economy is desperately in need of growth. More than anything, economic growth should be our focus. We've had 15, 16 years of practically non-existent growth. So we need policies, ideas, thoughts that drive economic growth. And when I spoke to you a little earlier, I was talking about how financial and professional services in the United Kingdom, they generate over £278 billion in economic output annually. And I made the point then as well that 2.3 million jobs are employed in that sector. It's a phenomenal presence in the UK economy. And to that extent, I think financial services underpins absolutely everything we do in the United Kingdom. Every transaction and trade, they pay every meal, deal and mortgage across every town and city in the country. So I do think that the United Kingdom's position is under challenge. We've got challenges around tech, we've got challenges around talent, new markets and new products, but we are more than able as a nation to rise, I think, to these challenges. I think we are past the recent economic turmoil that we saw last year, and this government team that, with the privilege of the City Minister being with us today, I think is really now grasping the opportunity of rebuilding the confidence in the UK economy, which is so fundamental, for me at least, to our success. And I mentioned, but I come back to it finally, and then I really will shut up, that we need a roadmap. The financial service sector needs a roadmap that takes us to 2030 and beyond. As I travel around the world and I look at some of our competitor cities, they have very clear vision, strategic vision, direction about where they want to take their financial services sector. I don't see that in the United Kingdom at the present time. And so we're doing this piece of work, as I said earlier, Finance for Growth, which is sector-led, which will set out to policymakers. Here are our recommendations, the sector's recommendations. All we're doing in the City of London is using our convening power to bring the sector together, about the ideas for keeping growth and a growth engine to our economy for the next 10 years plus. And then I think we are fit and able to take on any economy in the world and to win.
Thank you so much, Chris. Andrew.
Yeah, thank you, Kate. Thank you, CPS, Lord Spencer and Robert, for having me here. It's always a delight to be at a conference entitled the Margaret Thatcher Conference. She was a great beacon of hope. She took an economy that was not growing as fast as it could, that wasn't delivering its potential for so many human people, and the changes that she made in terms of trying to create the right fiscal environment, a real supply-side revolution, removing layers of a moribund state, helped give so many people opportunity. And opportunity, Kate, is the theme of today. And before I talked about, Chris did a very good job about talking about the absolute vitality of the agenda of the financial system. I just want to talk about why it's so important to everybody. Well-delivered enterprise economies, by their nature, give people opportunity. They allow people the access to credit to do that wonderful thing of take your future expectation of earnings and turn that into a ladder of opportunity today, whether that's getting a foot on the housing ladder for the first time, whether it's later in life making provision for your family, for your longevity or your infirmity, as we go through societies that deliver a much higher standard of living. And all of that is based on markets working well. And one of the great passion project, if you like, of my role, having joined from the private enterprising part of our economy, where I worked for 27 years, just more than 27 months now in government, is to do what I can to really unleash free enterprise and make markets work well. Now in the city, what we're trying to do is make the really important market of capital flowing around the system, whether that's giving capital to young entrepreneurs. The Chancellor is leading a lot of work on how do we get the right pathway from seed to scale up to the very largest forms of capital through reforms of our public company environment. How do we make London and the United Kingdom the best place in the world to start, grow, run and scale a business at every part of its life journey? And the way we're doing that, Chris knows much more of he knows more of the detail than many of you. I think I probably live and breathe the detail every day. It's through a mechanism of taking back control of our financial services rulebook, a sector that touches every part. It's not just about the city, it's not just about the jobs, it's about the tax. It's about the wonderful things that well-ordered financial services can do for everybody. They touch the lives of every citizen in this country. And we've now got, for the first time in a generation, the chance to take back the rule book. We set many of those rules, but we've got the chance to take back that rule book, to modernise it for the world we live in, the world you heard a little bit about earlier from the Secretary of State Keegan, about the world of artificial intelligence, of changing careers, of changing life habits, and this very competitive world that we live in, where many aspirant societies seek to build their own wonderful financial centres. Just look at the building around you, look at the pedigree, look at the history. Now, all of those natural advantages that we have remain. The common law, the English language, the unbroken transition of power, the entrepreneurial ability of the British people, all of those remain. But our job as we go through that important exercise in taking back control of the rule book and modernising and reforming that rule book in a way that I think Mrs. Thatcher would have done, or probably one of her wonderful acolytes, Lord Young, who many of us were privileged to attend his memorial last week. That's the job of work that we've got to do. I'll stop there, Katie, but it's an incredibly important piece of how we take forward our society and how we deliver that opportunity economy for the whole of the United Kingdom.
Thanks, Andrew. Tracy.
Great. I'm going to talk about pensions. Don't roll your eyes. It's okay. But how we are investing our pensions and our savings are really a microcosm of what's holding back the economy, but also can give us a glimpse of how we support our future economy. So I think it'll be a useful example. So currently not a day goes by without another article in the papers about how pension funds, insurance companies, individuals through their DC schemes can invest more in all the things that Chris and Andrew were talking about that are absolutely essential for growing the economy. And that's absolutely right. A lot of people are looking at lots of different ideas in order to reform and think about how we do things differently. Great idea. Some of that talk is about super funds, about amalgamating some of this amazing amount of savings that we have in this country to invest in stuff. And that's all great as well. It's slightly the new magic money tree, though. The thought goes, if we can just use more of this money to fund this stuff, then it'll all be great and we can really build the future economy. So what's stopping everyone from investing this bounty? It's an absolutely legitimate question to ask. We need to ask ourselves why people aren't investing more in all of this growth opportunity and how we get this capital moving. The uncomfortable truth as an investor is that the attitude to risk and risk aversion in this country has become endemic. Institutions and regulators and individuals have become incredibly risk averse. The financial crisis left very big scars on this country, not just in terms of regulation, but also in terms of people's psyche. And that is something that needs to change. I know the Minister wrote very recently about this, and I think it's absolutely crucial to get things moving again. Interestingly, we already have a super fund in this country. It's called the Local Authority Pension Schemes, Local Government Pension Schemes. If you put all of these together, they would be £400 billion thereabouts, which is the size of the largest Canadian fund. The difference is that they invest 5% of their assets in things like fintech, private equity, venture capital, etc., where the Canadians invest 35%. It's an enormous difference. It's that attitude to risk that's holding them back. On the other hand, we now have DC and auto-enrollment. So people are automatically invested through their payroll savings into their defined contribution pension scheme, which is amazing because that is really giving millions of people a stake in society for the first time. They have their pension pots. It's up to them how they want to invest it. And they do hire external people to invest it for them. And that's a great thing. So millions of people now have a stake in that society. However, again, there is some scale in that. There is probably some more potential for more scale. But the largest one is about £30 billion. And again, they underperform their counterparts in Canada and Australia because they're not taking enough risk. Again, risk has become endemic. So maybe scale isn't the problem. Maybe we need to change people's attitude towards risk. The second point, and actually possibly the more important point, is that capital is global and it's mobile. We seem to have forgotten that as a country. If you put windfall taxes on companies, raise tax rates to the highest rates in 70 years, make planning permission almost impossible, then guess what? Investors will choose not to invest here and choose to invest in other places. An example, I'm chairing something called the Purposeful Finance Commission, which is about bringing local authorities together to trade ideas on what works and what doesn't in terms of local development. Some examples that are coming out of the roundtables we're having are about how if you take the price of a building project for, say, new apartment buildings, 80% of the cost is going to planning and 20% is actually building it. That is the wrong way around, and we need to urgently look at all of that to see what can be fixed. So if you want to build an economy that's open to everyone, that incentivizes people to grow, start businesses, grow businesses, which by definition is risky, give everyone a stake in society, then you need to recognize that investors, and investors aren't just some nebulous someone out there, it's all of us, it's all of our savings, that we need to take risk. That we need to attract capital, that it's competitive, and that you need to make the UK an attractive place to do business. So there's two very uncomfortable truths. One is that you can't have return without risk, and second is that attracting this capital is competitive, it is global, and we need to get on top of that, because if we don't, nothing's going to get better.
Thank you very much, Tracy. Torsten.
That was a bit depressing.
Sorry.
Thanks for that at the end. I thought you were going to give us an uplift, but no, it was just grim.
Sorry, I apologise.
Right, I thought I would not talk about specific sub-bits of the financial service sector, but instead just offer some reflections on what opportunity in Britain in 2023 feels like, what maybe some of the lessons from Margaret Thatcher's attempt to instill more opportunity back in the 1980s was, or what the Conservative tradition more generally could have to offer in the face of some of the big challenges the country faces. Because, the opportunity the punters have right now is to spend more in the shops to get the same as they were getting a year ago. That's what the highest inflation in 40 years means. Some of the UK exceptionalism about that debate right now is a bit overdone. Across Europe, we're seeing similar trends happening, particularly on food and energy prices, but the challenge that that's meaning for people isn't overdone. We're seeing 1 in 6 people reporting now they're skipping meals. We're seeing 1 in 20 saying they're visiting food banks. That isn't what success looks like. That's the acute end of the crisis. I think the question we should all be thinking about is, why is Britain finding that so hard to deal with? And there I think you've got to not look at exceptionalist things about Britain being particularly hard hit this year, but instead ask what's the deeper crisis that's making it hard for those people to deal with that. And the underlying truth is, the answer is because the average Brit is now 16% poorer than the average German and 9% poorer than the typical French person. Poorer households suffering shared shock of higher energy prices and higher food prices, finding that harder to deal with. And this is the Margaret Thatcher conference. I don't think she'd be very impressed with that being the result. That wasn't what she thought the aim of the game was. And there are other lessons from Margaret Thatcher about what trying to deal with that situation is, which is clarity about the objectives, as then ending relative decline for Britain, the stagnation of the last 15 years, half the productivity growth of the rest of the OECD. That's the objective. Clarity about the methods, and being hard-nosed about when someone's telling you that they've got an answer. Is it really? Is it plausible? Did anything actually happen, or did it just get announced? There's a woman that was clear about the change that was required, clear about how it went with the trend of other changes in society. Whether people think that she went too far or not on the decline of manufacturing, she was clear about the wider economic trends that were driving the change that she then accelerated, clear about the role of freedom and opportunity, and about taking on vested interests sometimes when that's necessary to achieve those objectives. Is it clear that we're a country that does that when it's necessary today? Now, why then did she win, given that she took on vested interests, upset a load of people? Lots of people's memory of the 1980s, for good reasons, is the very high unemployment, the 3 million that lasted well into the 1990s. And when people say that, obviously the first thing you will say to them is, she won a lot of elections, right? And then the question is, why did she win lots of elections? And the answer is basically, in simple terms, strong income growth for the middle and the top of Britain. Yeah. And even though inequality was rising in the 1980s, as it was, which is the inequality we live with today, public concern with inequality didn't. When do you actually start seeing the rise in public concern about inequality and poverty? Not in the 1980s when inequality went up, but in the 2010s after the financial crisis when income growth stopped. That is when public concern goes up and has stayed basically there ever since. And it's done that because, as I say, half the productivity growth of the other OECD countries, our productivity gap with France and Germany has tripled in the last 15 years. Other good things too. Employment rate's grown faster than France here, significantly over the past 15 years, but the productivity gap has tripled. It's not gone up a little bit, it's tripled. That's why British households are poorer than their French and German counterparts. When people say they want degrowth or growth doesn't matter anymore, they're talking nonsense. The reason wages have not grown in Britain between the financial crisis and the pandemic is weak productivity growth. It's particularly acute for younger adults because if you're entering the labour market at a period of stagnant wages, you bear the brunt of that. And remember, income might not be growing, but wealth has been, which helps those who already have wealth and not those who would like to acquire it. People becoming 30 during the 2010s have half the home ownership rates of those becoming 30 in the 1980s. Right? That isn't what success looks like. So the question is, is there an answer to those challenges from a conservative tradition? We've heard some contributions on that, but big picture, are there conservative answers as opposed to other answers that you might find less appealing, which I promise not to go into today, because that will go down badly. I'd like to get out alive. It's a long day. So, yes, being an investment nation, not actually just in the 2010s, but for the last 20 years, this country has not been investing private sector investment. Public sector investment hasn't been happening properly since the 1990s. We don't invest in our future, we've been living off our past, and that requires deferred gratification, not just the promise of tax cuts and happy days tomorrow. That's investing today for a better future. It's not just telling you you can have it all easy. That's definitely what Margaret Thatcher would have told you. Is that what you always hear today? No. They're tough choices. An ownership nation means prioritising future potential owners, outsiders, not just today's insiders. But we've just caved hook, line and sinker on the planning bill and building enough houses, which is what those outsiders, or younger people as we call them fashionably, need. The social mobility, in a world where wealth is higher relative to income, which is where we now find ourselves, that's what lower interest rates than we had in the 1980s means, then family wealth is more important in determining where you end up. It determines where you can live and the jobs you can do. Conservatives should be worrying about that, but that requires being on the side of those without, not the side of those with. I think that's where Margaret Thatcher would have been if she was here today. Then on trade, it has some benefits, which Andrew talks about a lot, but I promise you, I do lots of things with lots of different conservatives. It's not clear to me, actually, people want trade in a way they want to. John Redwood the other day told me that trade's actually not even a good thing, which is definitely not where he was when he worked for Margaret Thatcher in the 1980s. Large markets are important. That's how you get to efficient scale in producing and selling. It's how you become a rich country in a globalized world. You cannot be a closed-bordered country and be rich in the 21st century. And then on growth, Andrew's rightly talking about the role of financial services. It's really important because Britain is the second biggest service exporter in the world, which almost never gets celebrated by any political party. Both main political parties talk as if the return to manufacturing spreading across the country is somehow about to happen. It's not. When they talk about bringing jobs back to every single part of the country, or they talk about small parts of the economy, fintech, but not enough about the wide cultural economic services we face. So broadly, to wrap, the public aren't that complicated. All of the culture war nonsense, woke, not woke, forget all of that. They basically want what the non-woke lot wanted before, right? Prices under control, a decent job, somewhere to live, and some security to bring up their family in it. And achieving that means valuing opportunity in the broad senses of, yes, being able to afford your family's living standards today, but being able to plan a better future. And there are conservative answers to those, but they're harder answers than the ones we sometimes pretend are available today. There is no tax cut, happy days today answer to a more opportunities for Britain tomorrow. And until that's wrestled with, you won't have the answer.
Thanks, Torsten. I want to jump in by quoting the Prime Minister and the Chancellor in things that they've said over the past 18 months. They haven't been in power for very long, it's been less than a year. But if we go back to February 2022, in Rishi Sunak's Mace lecture in the city when he was Chancellor, he did a very eloquent speech about bringing in the culture of enterprise. He said lots of people are asking, is this big state agenda that's been ushered in with COVID the way of the world now? And he said, no, I don't want a culture of the state, I want a culture of enterprise. On a similar note, we have Chancellor Jeremy Hunt talking constantly about creating Silicon Valley in the UK. And I believe he's even set to make some comments on productivity, Torsten, which you were speaking about, here at the CPS later today. I'd like to know from our panel, and Andrew, I'll start with you. It hasn't been that long, but arguably the country doesn't have that long. It has been through such crisis. It is struggling with record high inflation rates. People are really feeling that economic pain. What policies can we point to so far where we can see the Tory government ushering in this culture of enterprise, the Silicon Valley of the UK? Alternatively to my panel, what are we disappointed by? What aren't we seeing? What should we be seeing if they're really serious about this commitment? Andrew, I'll start with you.
Yeah, thank you, Katie. And look, thanks for recognising, and Torsten did as well, the exceptional volatility that we've been through. I mean, there's too many, I'm not someone who conducts debates at either extremity, and there's too many debates, particularly in Parliament, where, one side of the House will talk about the economy for 3 hours without once mentioning COVID or Ukraine, and you've just got to root whatever conversations we have in context. Strategy is about what you choose, to do and what you don't choose to do, and where you spend your time. And if I look at the strokes that have been played within a very limited financial tolerances in the autumn statement in particular, if you look at something like, if you want reasons to be cheerful, friends, if you look at something like the abolition of the pension lifetime allowance, right? That is an absolute strong conservative policy. That is saying that the state will not artificially cap your ability to provide for your family's retirement. It's something that goes back to the intrinsic human nature, the desire to create opportunity for oneself and for others. It's scrapping a tax, if you like, scrapping the penal rates of tax. It's restored what Tracy talked about, which is the UK status as the second largest pool of private pension capital on the planet, from which there's work to be done, but from which good things can flow as we try and get that capital flowing around the productive parts of the opportunity. Tracy's done a lot of work on the Regulatory Review Commission, I think it's called, around how do we, go through steadily, sector by sector, and look at some of the ways that we can do that. And actually, that's good for young people. It's good for young people trying to get on the housing ladder, because where was that capital going, right? If the state was penalising people with artificially high rates of tax, of confiscatory tax rates, if you dared to save too much into your pension, and this affected the public sector at least as much as the private sector, right? It was bad for the productivity because it drove experienced executives out of the workforce, both public and private sector. And it was bad for society because so much of that capital, and the CPS has done some fantastic work on the housing market and tried to bust some of the myths, that capital went and expanded the buy-to-let housing market. And so what it did, and it was cheap, because as we know, Katie, we've been through a period of an abundant cheap capital, but what it actually did was distort generationally the housing market for the next generation. So that was an absolutely good conservative policy. It was fully in the lines of the sort of reforms that I think Mrs. Thatcher would have looked at that problem. It was politically brave, if you like, because Torsten and others were shouting at the rooftops that that wasn't the right policy, but you've got to make these value judgments about where you stand. And the bigger prize of fixing our pensions market, putting that capital back into productive uses, rather than having it squeeze out the sides in things like housing market. And finally, let me chip in one more thing, Katie.
I have a quick question for you. I'm going to let Torsten come back on pensions in a moment, but very quickly, just to challenge you on housing there, Andrew. It's a little odd, right, to talk about housing. It's a little odd to talk about housing. If you're promising the Silicon Valley of the UK, where are all those people going to move to in Oxford and Cambridge when you can't build a single home there? And the Tory party very recently has made it even more difficult to do so.
Well, I said I'm not. I mean, we can come back on housing another day, but I'm not at either extremity.
It's a big part of economic opportunity, I think.
Hey, we'll bring it on. You're just going to have to clear your agenda because this is a complex
Maybe our
and
other panelists
multivariate
will
problem,
comment on
right?
that.
So you've got the cost of capital. You've got the access to capital, which is the financial regulations that we all collectively in society put on banks to lend money and who they lend to, which, as Tracy said, is a function of risk. You've also got how do you control your borders? So one of the multivariate factors is the number of people coming in and leaving a country, because that drives the demand for the housing stock you've got. You've got the issue I talked about pension capital, about, generationally some people, choosing to put housing as a store of wealth, which again is driven by the relative ease of investing that elsewhere. You've got the decline of, I told you, you're going to go a long time, right? You've got the decline of individual investment in stock markets.
You've got 20 seconds left, and then we're going to Tracy.
One of our objectives is to go back to getting individuals to be able to connect with stock markets, with our wonderful companies, not just those that are listed, but also those on early stages. So when we talk about housing, it's a complex and multivariate problem, and we're sitting here in London, in Greater London, where the gap between the demands for housing and the ability to build those homes is the widest of anywhere in the UK, and that, you can't pin on the government. I don't want to make trite political points, but you can't pin the failure of the Mayor of London to build homes here where we need them, where there are 7 teaching hospitals, 5 Premier League clubs, an infinite amount of jobs, more vacancies than any other district in the entire UK.
I think it's reasonable to say that there are multiple culprits here.
If we want to solve housing, it has to start right here in London.
Let's move on to Tracy. Torsten, don't worry, you're going to get your say too. But Tracy, I'd like to know your thoughts on this.
Well, just back to the latter point. So it kind of comes back to my 2 points. One is the regulation overall in the country, which is not fit for purpose. It doesn't mean we don't have some very good regulators, and it doesn't mean that it is a bonfire of regulation. It's making regulation fit for purpose to support the economy. And it is absolutely clear that that isn't happening. I'm chairing something that Andrew referred to, a regulatory reform group, which is looking across regulators and just looking at the system as a whole and how it works. And the answer is it doesn't. It's incredibly risk averse. It has no objective to support growth, and it acts as a barrier in all sorts of other ways. Then when it comes to, and housing, I'm afraid, is kind of at the center of a lot of this. Andrew's absolutely right. There's very little central government can do. We invest a huge amount across the country in various infrastructure type projects, whether it's social housing, renewable energy, etc. And the problem is it is at a local level. The government's recently blocked planning reform at the national level.
Sorry, say again? Recently we've had planning reform blocked at the national level.
No. That's, Katie, that framing is not right? There's a very significant body of reform.
A lot of power is given to local councils and the rest of it to block essentially anything they want. A lot of that can certainly be challenged and changed by MPs, and it's been decided that there just isn't the political will in the Tory party at the moment to do it. Okay, perhaps we will have to come back to that.
It is too simplistic. You should invite the brilliant Secretary of State for Housing and Local Government.
I'm sure the CPS would be delighted to, but
the reality is,
let Tracy finish her point.
Even under the current package of housing measures, the nation isn't and has not built the homes that you need. So if as part of a nuanced package of reform, actually, by going with the grain rather than against the grain on things like brownfield first, on going up, not out, actually you could end up with more homes and more of the homes that the nation needs.
It's a bit odd for a Tory government to have promised to build 300,000 homes a year and have failed to do that essentially every year, and then to say they can't actually do anything about it. The promise was always moot. Back to Tracy.
What we see, it comes back to culture. It comes back to a risk culture and getting that throughout the country. So up until the most recent government, there wasn't an acknowledgement of all of this. There wasn't an acknowledgement even that a lot of this was broken and wasn't working and we weren't creating this culture. And I would say that this government really is trying to make some of these reforms, but they're very deep cultural problems that go back not just to the financial crisis, but before the financial crisis. And if we're really going to get that culture of enterprise and opportunity that Mrs. Thatcher championed back in, it's going to take some cultural change. And some of that's going to be a little bit uncomfortable. But unfortunately, it feels like whenever we come up against anything uncomfortable, somebody caves and doesn't actually follow through and be bold and radical like Mrs. Thatcher would have been. And there just needs to be a huge change.
Torsten, surely getting rid of the, yes, absolutely, applaud that. Torsten, surely getting rid of the...
We'll draft Tracy. I think someone's auditioning for that role.
On pension contributions was a pro-growth policy. I know you were critical of that. I'd be interested in your thoughts.
Well, I don't have loads interesting to say on that. I mean, yes, it's not, on the balance of judgments, it's not the one I would have taken. I've talked to the Chancellor about it. Regional people will come to different views. I think it's a very, very, very expensive way to get some consultants to stay in their hospitals, but I want to keep the consultants in the hospital. So the objective is a good one. It's not how I'd have gone about it. I'd have changed their contracts, but we're now in the weeds. So to get us out of the weeds, I was going to maybe suggest why Rishi Sunak isn't a socialist, despite what I keep hearing people accusing him of, which I think is just really important for everyone, but particularly those of you invested in this government, to focus on why are tax rates really high, okay? And it's not because Rishi Sunak's a socialist, despite what seems to be like the memes I see now and again, and I don't think Jeremy Hunt is either, okay? So the question is, what is it? And the answers are Boris Johnson plus debt interest payments, okay? And the reason for that is, the two big things, we've put up taxes by about 4% of GDP, yeah? This government's putting up taxes by much more than Gordon Brown ever managed. I know you're all very happy about that. But you've got to, when someone's doing something you don't think they were probably wanting to do, let's try and understand why. And the answers are, one, in 1819, we hit the peak of austerity for day-to-day public service spending. And the political judgment running into the 2019 election and beyond is that that was not economically, socially, or politically sustainable. And so we've then increased day-to-day public service spending by about 1.5% of GDP. Has anyone in the room, put your hand up, tried to use the NHS recently? Okay, well, some of you, that's a lot of private healthcare. Anyway, that wasn't my point. The point I was going to make is, if you have gone and used the NHS recently, what you would have discovered is that probably that 1.5% of GDP, it's not like that was too much, right? So Boris Johnson, that's because that was his judgment, and I think it's also the judgment of the people running the party and the government today. And the second reason is, bad things have happened. Interest rates are higher than we thought they were going to be. That has put up our debt interest bill by 1.5% of GDP without going into the weeds, because our debt interest bill is particularly sensitive to interest rate rises. That you can't get rid of that. You've got to raise taxes to pay for it. That is what we are, or cut spending further, but see me on point one. Those two reasons, and the bad weather, are why tax rates have gone up by about £3,000 per household. You might not like that. I think there's a completely reasonable judgment to be made about how high you want taxes to be, what's a sustainable level. But if you want them down, you've got to wrestle with why did they actually go up? And it's not because Rishi Sunak is too lefty.
Torsten, that strikes me as an answer as to how you make the books semi-stack up. Of course, we're still running a near record high deficit. To say that if you want to make more spending promises and pledges, you have to fund them, strikes me as actually quite a conservative line, one that Margaret Thatcher would have supported. That's slightly different, though, from actually getting results. I suspect the people who put up their hand here saying they've tried to go to the NHS recently might be thinking to themselves, they could be thinking a myriad of things. Maybe they think it's underfunded, maybe they think we don't have enough workers. They might also be thinking money in and of itself is no longer the answer to this. Are we really going to get the opportunity economy by shoveling even more money into a national health service that is on the brink of becoming the UK's national health service with a government attached?
Well, I mean, there's a number of things. That's a big question. That's a legitimate political discussion to be had. We are not going to have that conversation because I don't think, I mean, Andrew may want to tell me otherwise, but I don't think you're about to have that conversation. And I'll just tell you, like, it's fashionable again in like the pages of The Spectator and from some bits of the right to focus on reform of the NHS, but without saying what is the actual proposal for doing something differently. So what is actually you want? You can definitely.
Well, there's so many. Well,
I
mean, all over the world.
Let me make the point, which is there are judgments about where the balance between individual and collective provision lies. Right? That's what you mean if you mean I want the state doing less of this business. But remember, like, this is a party and a government that's wanted to extend the state recently. Extra childcare, free provision, social care, attempting to cap the cost that private households bear, very popular with the average age group who are Conservative Party members. These are extensions of the role of the state. They are not rolling it back. So let's just be honest about what is likely to happen. What is the revealed preference of Conservative government in recent years. And I'll just finish with a story, which is I'm a governor at my local primary school, okay? All primary schools around me will be setting deficit budgets this year. Almost every single one will be setting deficit budgets. Why are they doing that? Because we've promised teachers pay rises and not funded them. Again, for understandable reasons, the country's become poorer. The public sector is wrestling with that in the same way that we all are as individuals. But that isn't about reforming those primary schools. We're going to let some teaching assistants or some teachers go to balance those books over the course of the next 5 years. So it's about real choices. It's not just about saying the word reform and hoping the things. You don't reform your way out of that debt interest bill. I promise you.
Andrew, very quickly, because I want to bring in Chris.
Yeah, just very quickly. We don't have time for the whole debate, Torsten, but we do have to. Anyone in the public policy domain does have to confront the fact that we have decent, not strong enough, private sector productivity, but what's actually holding a large part of GDP growth back is public sector productivity, and we owe it to ourselves. We owe it to all of ourselves to have that debate. The Chancellor has asked the Chief Secretary to go through and work with colleagues across government on productivity, and we just can't, as a society, on the one hand, talk about and embrace and relish the opportunities presented by new technologies, by artificial intelligence, by high process compute and all these other innovative tools, and not then also seek to apply those to the public sector. Now, how we do that is a conversation that's longer than for today. And just one final point, because I think it speaks to what Tracy and Torsten have been talked about. In the financial services, right, so my bailiwick, if you like, the domain of where we're sitting today, we are applying a new duty. Parliament is applying a new duty. This is a radical idea to promote the economic growth of this country and its international competitiveness. And though that duty won't be right for every single public sector service, there is the germ of an idea there that if we can do it, and Parliament's doing it right now, in very big financial services sector that touches everybody's lives, perhaps you could go back through and look at many of the other regulators that have huge power over society and do have this, important view on risk, and potentially apply it there. So I'm going to head down, go and do that in the financial services sector. That's what the Prime Minister and Chancellor and I are very focused on. But maybe there's a thread there that's a bit less reductionist than just debating.
Chris, I want to bring you in and I want to talk about tax, because Tracy summed it up really nicely when you said, when you bring in windfall taxes, have the tax burden at a post-war high, and then make it nearly impossible to change anything with planning and to build anything new, whether that be homes, new energy, whatever it may be, you find yourself in a very difficult position promoting any kind of economic opportunity. And I think there might be some debate here on the panel, because Torsten, I think, has made the important point that if you're going to have all this additional spending, not on COVID anymore, for domestic policy, for childcare, the rest of it, you have to pay for it. International markets have demanded higher borrowing costs. We're going to be paying for that. But if you start to break down what households are paying, it is not the way we would have designed this system. I think we calculated last year at the autumn statement that a young professional, maybe in their mid-30s, earning £50,000 a year, who still has some kind of student debt, is paying a marginal tax rate of 51%. In what world is that going to be appealing to get more people to come to the UK? In what world is that going to be appealing to make our young people stay here and work hard? The tax burden and the overall tax system has to be up for debate as well.
I think that's a good point, Katie, and I think we do need a goal of an internationally competitive tax regime. It can't be necessarily established tomorrow, I get that in current economic circumstances, but I do think we need government to set out how we get to an internationally competitive tax regime. If you go back to what Margaret Thatcher would have been saying about a low tax economy, about getting back to a low tax economy, not something we can do at the present time. How do we do that? Well, part of the way we do it is by getting growth. Growth is fundamental to doing that. So how do we get growth? And for me, it's about, I absolutely agree with Tracy, the appetite for risk in this country today is almost zero. Yeah. And until we start to break that culture, and actually we start to incentivize, Minister, those businesses who will take sensible judgments about risk, And until we break down regulation to be not a constraint to growth, but an incentive to drive growth, we are always going to go round in this economic circle all of the time. So, my thought process is really simple. We have debt at a huge level at the moment. We know why we have debt at a huge level. How do we get from there to a society and a country that incentivizes people with lower taxes, incentivizes growth, incentivizes risk-taking, makes sure that regulation is proportionate? We do not want a race to the bottom. We do want proportionate regulation. In the Financial Services and Markets Bill, there is a secondary clause for the regulators to promote competitiveness and global competitiveness. Nothing more important, I would suggest, than us promoting global competitiveness. But I've yet to understand how that's going to happen. I'd love to have a regulator in the room stand up and tell me today, what are they going to do to drive that? And I've challenged, I say that to the government regularly. How is it going to happen in practice? So we're in a position today where there's not a lot of flex in the economy to suddenly slash taxes. I absolutely understand that. But the government needs to set out a long-term plan centred around growth, centred around incentivisation for taking risk as to how we get to an internationally competitive tax regime.
Tracy, that word risk is so key, and you brought that up as well. Is this part of the reason that younger generations are just not achieving the same level of financial success? That it fundamentally comes down not just to appetite of risk, but the ability to take risk, given the fact that there has been a lot of regulation since the crash. Again, we can say very well meaning in principle, but not necessarily leading to the economic circumstances where we can see meaningful growth now.
So strangely, the younger generation is quite happy to take risk. 25% of the population now owns crypto, right? And I expect most of that's in the younger generation. In me talking to some of them about what they'd like to invest in through DC pension schemes, etc., they said, we'll be really happy to invest in fintech or biotech or whatever it is. But all the regulation there doesn't necessarily allow them to. So that's the risk-taking bit. I think on the other side, though, all the things that have been put in place, planning, regulation, et cetera, just makes things so difficult. So housing, housing is a huge part of it. If you want young people to have a stake in society and be capitalists and really believe in it, they need to have housing, they need to have wealth, and they either get wealth through housing or through savings. There's no other way to get it. So savings, we're doing something through auto-enrollment. We need to connect them with that savings. We need to get them to embrace that risk culture, which they're quite happy to do, and then allow them to do it. And that is somewhat lacking. And then the housing thing is a big deal. It is shared between government, but also local authorities, and the whole attitude about all of that in there. But we need to give the young a stake. And once they have a stake, then they'll buy into the growth story. But until they can get a stake, then it's going to be pretty difficult.
Torsten is shaking his head at crypto.
Just stop it.
Yeah, I agree. That's not the point. The point was risk.
You look at it, there's a great survey by the FCA, which is, with Andrew's help, now regulating crypto. Leave aside what regulating means for a second, but regulating crypto, which had a survey, and we're regulating it as a financial product to a degree, but had a great survey of asking the people, which is where the 1 in 5 or 1 in 4 investing in crypto. So they said, why are you doing it? And although we're regulating it as a financial product, like 50% said they're doing it for gambling.
Yeah. But they're willing to take risk is the point.
No, I agree with you. I wasn't shaking your head at your point. I was shaking my head at society.
Yeah.
But on the point I would worry less about young people's appetite for risk. Their problem is not that they don't want to take risk. The problem is they just don't want to pay such high rents. I don't want to sound like the Marxist here, but the economic fundamentals matter. Younger people are more concentrated in lower paying jobs, have seen weaker pay growth than their predecessors, haven't been handed a house on a low value that they then see their mortgage payments fall at, while they get handed, as almost everyone looking at the average age group in this room has been, huge free capital gains, totally tax-free, over 30 years. And unsurprisingly, they're a bit pissed off in that world. It's not about the risk appetite. The problem is society's not giving them a fair crack of the whip.
Andrew, how's the government going to handle this? Because if we go back to when Boris Johnson was Prime Minister and Rishi Sunak was Chancellor, it was very telling that when he was trying to target workers, when he was trying to target tax breaks, he was very focused on the lower paid. He was trying to reform universal credit, make it pay to work, and all the rest of it. I mean, has the government lost its way a little bit, just as it's been so focused, understandably so, in trying to make the public finances look better in the wake of higher interest rates, that it's lost its way a bit on what the tax burden is actually doing to your average family?
No, look, I mean, no one who's stood for election in 2019 came in with the foresight of where we are now. The Prime Minister and the Chancellor have both been clear that reducing the burden of tax on individuals and businesses is a when, not an if. So there's no change from the philosophical desire for Conservatives. Torsten set it out well. I mean, we have to build the house of opportunity for people on firm foundations, and that's what we've got to do, and that's why we're making tough choices. But this is in many ways a great moment to be a young person. Disruptive technology, can be a great leveler. It can be a great way of preferencing the young versus the incumbent. There is a huge piece about a mindset that does let people take risk, that celebrates those who are successful at taking risk, and even when they become wealthy, not buy into what we hear about from the BBC or others every day about trying to drag people down. If you grow the overall size of the cake, as Chris said, that is how we're going to be able to grow the economy, give people opportunities, and reconcile that with the state of the public finances, which is the challenge of our time. It's the challenge of every Western European, every Western society, is how do we go back to the world that existed 30 years ago, where people had a legitimate and a confident belief that their children would be more prosperous than they are today. That is about comprehensive reform of attitudes, of supply side, all of the work that has been done, and the government's certainly not setting its face against any of that. These things just take time. I would argue that the planning reform bill actually has within that lots of supply side measures that will get the nation building again. And again, I think it's a mischaracterization. Certainly the financial services bill, and it's not just about some esoteric piece about how a city bank is regulated. It is about how young people have access to credit. It's about, can you get a mortgage? We've got a big number of people who are paying more in their rent than they would be if they were able to get a mortgage. That is the nuts and bolts of financial regulation. That's why it's a great opportunity to have taken our own rule book back from Brussels. And if working with the regulators, we can change some of those risk parameters. It has to be a conversation with society. It's not about what Andrew would do or what Katie would do. We have to bring society with us if we're going to get that balance right.
We have just a few minutes left. I want to ask each member of our panel one more question, also give you a minute just to wrap up, but truly 1 minute, because otherwise we're going to run over and I'm going to be in trouble. But we've spoken a lot about an opportunity economy, what has to change, what the challenges are. I want to talk about where it has to change, where we need to be better at distributing opportunity across the UK, how that's changed in recent decades. I will not be upset if we never hear the phrase leveling up again, mostly because I still haven't been told what it means. But the concept was a very important one that has been lost, I think, over the past year. So maybe focus in a little bit on where you'd like to see these changes as well as what these changes are. Any last thoughts? 1 minute each. Chris, I'll start with you.
Okay, so the principle of levelling up is important, and we shouldn't lose that, and we should ensure that the fact that the southeast economy and London has had the advantage both in wages, productivity in recent years, that needs to be spread out across the whole of the country, and that I think is a challenge. But you don't do that, in my view, by reining back the growth in London and the southeast. You use it to stimulate opportunities elsewhere in the United Kingdom, and we've seen greater capital flows, business investment into the bigger cities. But what you mustn't leave behind are the other towns and the other parts of the United Kingdom for whom it's not so easy to be a Birmingham or a Leeds or an Edinburgh. How do you stimulate the growth in those areas? And I think one of the ways you do it, to be my final point, is you do it by continuity and consistency of policy and planning. We've touched on these things in this debate this afternoon. There needs to be greater confidence. You build confidence in the country so that people see the continuity of those policies and they feel more prepared to invest and to redistribute the wealth across the nation.
Andrew.
Well, Arundel and South Downs. No, where do we do this, right? I tell you where we do it. We do it in those, little one-person business hubs. We do it on those unfashionable trading estates that every single part of this United Kingdom's got, where you've got an entrepreneur, a young person, an old person, but somebody who's got an idea for a business. We make sure that they've got the capital, that we don't strangulate them in red tape as they go through that really fragile, process of birthing their ideas. And we unleash the nation's entrepreneurs. We need a proper enterprise revolution. And yes, others need to do their job, but ultimately that's where rebirth, that's where growth comes from. It comes from great ideas. We give people the backing. We've got the societal attitude to risk, to back people, to celebrate when they succeed and let them keep wealth, but also to celebrate when they fail and give them encouragement to try again. If we can do that, then every single part of the United Kingdom will be buzzing with lots of enterprise, and that's how we're going to grow.
Tracy.
So we invest all over the country, and we are constantly looking for new investment, and it's quite difficult. There's not a huge amount of ideas coming our way, which is why we're trying to generate ideas by getting people to work together and talk in terms of local authorities, in terms of what works and what doesn't work, in terms of attracting capital and planning, etc. But there's so much of this that comes from vision at a local level. So we've seen a huge change in places with, say, combined authorities, with mayors that are really forward-looking and have a vision and are thinking about the future and thinking for the long term and have a plan. We need to infuse that through the rest of the country, and that's one of the things we're trying to do, to get some of those ideas shared across the rest of the country in terms of getting some of that vision of how they can improve their local economies and where it can go. And it's part of that's just a conversation, and part of that's a culture thing of getting it spread out throughout the country.
Torsten.
So gaps across our country obviously are large and are persistent, particularly on productivity, particularly on wages. Gaps on employment actually have come down significantly over the course of the last 2 decades, but on productivity and wages, they are large by historical norms and by historical norms in the UK. So personally, I'm fine to keep hearing about levelling up for a bit longer. It would just be nice to get to what the concrete direction of travel of an actual strategy to bring those down sustainably is. And there, what you were hearing about earlier, I think from everybody here, which is that Britain is overwhelmingly a service economy in terms of what we trade. I don't mean, obviously we're a service economy in terms of the entire economy, because there's loads of non-tradable services going on. Now and again we all get a haircut, but on the tradable sectors we are very unusual in how service focused we are. So take that nugget, that tells you that the route to a meaningful levelling up strategy in a UK that looks like it does, rather than the one you imagine in your head, is the large cities, Birmingham and Manchester, which are big and much less productive than they should be as big cities. It will be a service-led strategy that makes those places more highly productive, and that is the only plausible route to closing the regional productivity gaps in Britain. There's not some other one, which is why we end up talking about high streets instead of actual productivity when we talk about levelling up. Whenever anyone says, oh, but Manchester's already doing really well, what about everyone else? I say, what you mean is you've seen some construction work in the middle of Manchester. Productivity in Manchester is well below national average. Manchester, right, not Greater Manchester, Manchester, well below average even in the centre of the country. It has grown roughly in line with the national average, a bit higher for the last 10 years. There's not some kind of takeoff going on. The poorest place in Greater Manchester isn't Oldham and all the ones people talk about. Central Manchester is the poorest place in Greater Manchester, right? So when everyone tells you, oh, it's already going really well, we just need to share it out more, it's nonsense. It means they haven't paid any attention to what is actually going on. The poorest people in Greater Manchester are in Central Manchester. Your strategy has got to start from a productivity strategy rooted in your big cities, because cities don't change their populations fast, so you've got to make Birmingham and Manchester more productive, and it will require huge change to make that happen. Levels of investment, change in higher population, more house building than is currently planned. That is what a genuine levelling up strategy. And then you have to say, right, but we're not just about productivity. Okay, we're also about all parts of our country being good places to live. Yeah, we don't need to have this thing where the only high status jobs are the tradable jobs. You need good jobs in every part of our country, which means having decent employment laws, actually enforcing them. Obviously we don't do that. Anyone that's been into a hand car wash, anyone who's used a hand car wash recently, anyone put their hands up? You're either lying or very unrepresentative. Okay, you've all used hand car washers, come on. There's no way most hand car washes are economic in this country if we're applying our labour laws. That they're paying the minimum wage, that they're doing anything. There's no way. It's completely impossible. It's uneconomic, right? Do we do anything about it? No. Because we're all enjoying having our cheap car washes. So you've got to do that. Good places to live and good jobs, and those are about every place. Those aren't just about the big cities. But don't rest your levelling up strategy or any other economic strategy in wishful thinking. They've got to be grounded in understand what the country's like, a service-led economy, understand what that means is possible. Your big cities could stop being low productivity, then start building out from it. Wishful thinking gets you nowhere.
Huge thanks to our audience. Thanks for your feedback as well. This has been a very fiery discussion and a very enjoyable one. Thank you to everybody watching at home and at the office. You have a 15-minute coffee break now where you can continue this debate with each other, perhaps come up with some more ideas for how we create an opportunity economy. I want to thank again the CPS for hosting this debate. Please enjoy the rest of the Margaret Thatcher conference, and please join me in thanking Chris, Andrew, Tracy, and Torsten in the usual way.
Test.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to interrupt your coffee break, but if you could make your way back to your chairs for the second panel, which will be starting in just a minute or so.
Much cooler.
It's much better.
That's brilliant.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please turn your attention to the stage once again for our second panel of the day, sponsored by BP on giving Britain the skills for success. And I'll hand over to Mark Lehane, Head of Education at the CPS, who will be chairing the panel. Mark.
I can't hear it.
Thank you, Rob.
No, it's quite difficult, isn't it?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. And as a former head teacher, I feel obliged at this point to use my head teacher voice and invite everyone to come and sit down and take their seats and listen to the fantastic panel that we've managed to pull together this afternoon. The theme of today is opportunity. In fact, I'm just going to wait for the guys at the back.
Let's wait till they get back. Can they hear you?
That's okay. Thanks, everyone. Well, I haven't been a head teacher for 6 years, but it's good to know that the head teacher voice still works. Thank you so much. Listen, we've got a great panel here this afternoon, and the theme of today is opportunity. And you can't talk about opportunity and creating opportunity for all without talking about education in all of its forms: schools, skills, apprenticeships, training in its broadest sense. So I'm delighted that we've been able to put a panel together on that theme this afternoon, and we've got a fantastic group of people here joining us to share their thoughts on where we are as a country and where we can go next. So on the panel this afternoon, we have Lord John Hutton, former Secretary of State in the Labour government, but also chair of Make UK and Pearson Engineering. We've also got Kerry Dryber, Executive Vice Principal for People and Culture at BP. We've got Philip Bouverat, the Director of Global External Affairs at JCB. And on the end, we've got Dame Rachel de Souza, formerly used to run a group of schools, but now the Children's Commissioner for England. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon, everybody. I'm going to give everyone a couple of minutes just to share their initial thoughts, and then we're going to move into a conversation. John, if I can ask you to start. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for inviting me to this conference this afternoon. It's a great pleasure, a great honour for me to be here. I'm really going to speak about manufacturing and the role that the manufacturing sector can play in building a successful economy here in our country, and also helping young people build long-term, successful, good careers. And one thing I want to start with is the thing that always bugs me about this subject. You hear people say, well, we live in a post-industrial economy. Well, no, we don't. Britain is still one of the largest manufacturing countries in the world. We employ hundreds of thousands of people here. Half of all of our exports as a country are manufactured goods. And 2/3 of all research and development in the UK is in the manufacturing sector. So the manufacturing sector can play a significant role. It is facing significant headwinds at the moment. Some of these headwinds are global in their nature. Obviously, the pandemic hasn't helped, still isn't helping. The war in Ukraine, big issue. Disruption to supply chains, high cost of energy. But really, one of the big headwinds here, and I think this is relevant to us today, is what's happening on the skills and labour shortages. In the UK right now, we face a chronic labour and skills shortage. Now, this is not the responsibility of one government. This has been a problem of successive governments, but it's being felt now in the manufacturing sector very acutely. There are nearly 100,000 vacancies currently today as we speak in manufacturing economy, and we can't fill them. And the loss of output, probably about £8 billion a year to the UK economy, just from the labour and skills shortage alone. So what are we going to do about it? Well, a couple of quick things, if I was still a minister, I'd be interested in looking at. One, the apprentice levy, which has been in place since 2016, is simply not working. It's effectively a tax on the manufacturing sector and other sectors. £3 billion went back to the Treasury last year. It's money unspent on training apprentices. And we've got to stop this, because this is not helping our economy. There are a couple of things we could do quite quickly on the apprenticeship levy. I think it should be a ring-fenced fund that can only be spent on training and equipping the next generation of skilled workers for our economy. At the moment, it's, as I said, a tax on business, and that's not reasonable or fair. It's not what it was supposed to be doing. I think there are other things we can do with the training levy as well. In the manufacturing sector, using the apprenticeship levy to support apprenticeships is very difficult, because our apprenticeships tend to be much more expensive, cash expensive. We need equipment, we need tools. This is not part and parcel of the normal apprenticeship program. We can't use the apprenticeship levy with those extra costs. Secondly, so we need a real root and branch review quickly of the apprenticeship levy to support growth. I think the other problem, and I hope that for a conference organised by the CPS and Margaret Thatcher conference, this might be a message I hope that you might find odd coming from a former Labour Secretary of State, but the market for training in the UK is broken. There isn't a responsive market for private providers to step in and help equip the next generation of trainers. And I know this, I can speak this from personal experience. The rules are rigged against us, and I'm happy to explain that later in the course of questioning. I think overseas recruitment, we've got to have another look at how we do that. It's crazy that certain skills have been on the shortage occupation list for decades. It's an indication that we are not planning for the skills agenda properly in this country. Shortage should be short term, not long term. We've got to rejig that. And if you're not on the shortage occupation list and you want to use the points-based system to bring in skilled workers, it's too expensive, takes too long, and market opportunities are gone in your business before you get round to having a permit to recruit a skilled worker that you can't find in the UK. So there's quite a lot wrong with our labour and skills market. There's great opportunity for UK manufacturers right now. Our order books are full. We just quite often can't fill those orders because we haven't got the skilled workers. And how crazy a situation is that to find yourself in?
John, thank you so much. That's an absolutely superb insight. Kerry, over to you.
Brilliant, thanks, Mark. And as I think about opportunity and I reflect on everyone in this room, it's a room full of many people who are at the top of their game. And one thing I would say about that is, how do we get here? Through support and through opportunity. But we may also have got here with very different paths. And as I reflect on that at BP, I actually started my career through a very different path. I left school at 16 as an apprentice, and I studied and worked for many, many years. And if I think back then, what I realise now throughout my career is those opportunities that I've been lucky enough to experience would have felt very distant for me at 16. And as I think about the work we do at BP, it's actually in keeping with our ethos to think about how do we make sure that everyone in Britain today has access to opportunity. And at BP, we're doing three things to focus on that. We are focusing on schools and colleges and the work we do with schools and colleges, on apprenticeships and internships, and thirdly, through training for our existing employees. And we're doing that in partnership in many different ways. So just very briefly then, schools and colleges, we focus very much on STEM education. And we also know that today, the individuals in our schools and colleges between 11 and 17, 27% of those students have what we call low science capital. And if we don't improve that, we're actually not going to create the pipeline of talent that we need to build STEM careers in our country. So we're doing a lot of work as part of a number of initiatives that we've done over the last 50 years in this country to partner with schools as part of an initiative called Energising Futures. And we're also creating virtual academies in partnership with another global organisation, AFS. So a lot of what we focus on is creating the right talent pathways and focusing on education. Secondly, what are we doing around apprenticeships and internships? So this is about giving people access. And that's why in our company we've committed to a social mobility ambition to double the number of apprenticeships in our company globally to 2,000 by 2030 or sooner, as well as increasing the number of work experience placements and internships to 500 by the end of next year. And then lastly, what are we doing for all of our employees? As we think about the transition, the energy transition, providing energy for today and for the future, it's about helping our existing employees learn new skills and develop themselves. And we have some great examples of that. Caroline White's one who recently transitioned from building major oil and gas projects to working in our renewables business in our hydrogen organisation. So those three areas of focus. And finally, it's about partnership. We can't do this despite all our ambition and our energy alone. We do it in partnership with the third sector, with the government, and of course with other industries. And just to add to the previous comments, I think there are two areas we need to continue to focus on. One is certainly how do we do that in the supply chain and use our supply chain to help us with these social mobility ambitions. And secondly, the apprenticeship levy. We need more flexibility around the levy in order to enable us to continue to grow new jobs and skills in our country.
That's great. Thank you so much, Kerry. Philip, over to you.
Thank you. Lord Hutton and I were talking just before this session, and we were winding the clock back about 15 years when you were Minister at Burr.
And happy days, yeah.
And you said to me about half an hour ago, how did that academy idea go? Did you get it off the ground? So I'm very pleased to say we did. About 20 years ago, we were really struggling not only to see engineers come through the UK university system, but attracting them to come and work in the middle of Staffordshire, a long way from the lure of jobs in London and the city or whatever. And it was quite a struggle to persuade these graduate engineers. So we started doing the normal thing, which was offering them a bit of a sponsorship. And they came and gave us some time, but ultimately it was tricky hanging on to them. So we decided to go on a journey, and that journey was to sponsor a secondary state school which specialised in engineering subjects. It wasn't a particularly easy journey. If I told you we started, in fact 18 years ago is when we really put the applications in. We had the building, which we donated. We spent about £3 million out of our own money on the basis we could call it a JCB Academy, but it was a state school. Therefore, the catchment area was somewhere between Stoke-on-Trent, Burton, Ashbourne and Derby. So it was what we call the A50 engineering corridor nowadays, where you have Rolls-Royce, Toyota, Alstom trains and various other manufacturing businesses. The interesting thing was we had quite a lot of pushback from the educational establishment and the teachers' union at this point, but we persevered. But the one thing we didn't perhaps realise was we had to go and sell the concept of give us your children. And for 5 years, we had executives, junior executives, senior executives, doing basically talks around the village halls of Staffordshire and Derbyshire. And it was a very simple message. We would like to know if you want your children to have a career in engineering. If so, send them to us. I think we're now the most oversubscribed school, certainly in Derbyshire and Staffordshire. We can't select our students. They come from all walks of life. Their parents can't drop off because we provide buses. They don't have homework because they stay at school to do their homework. They have a house system. They leave their mobile phones in their lockers. They take out their laptops and they work. We've got currently 850 students, and we've got UTC status, so we have another 250, possibly 300 apprentices. Having a school, there's no point in working at 30 hours a week and closing it for 3 months a year. It's a great asset. You've got to keep it working. The productivity is terribly important. So, we decided how should we set this up. We started with the sixth form, but we gave a route map for apprentices to come off as early as the age of 16 at the beginning. Sorry, at sixth form they came off as degree apprentices. Then we started 13 to 16, on to 18, and then now we're taking 11-year-olds. They are not generally going to university. They're coming to our industry partners or ourselves. And I'll just say who those industry partners are. We've got our core partners are Rolls-Royce, Toyota, Bosch, Redcraft, Jaguar Land Rover, and National Grid. We've managed to get a feeling going that these children, when they come, aspire to work for one of these companies. Obviously, we hope it's us. But with the Rolls-Royce nuclear program, there were no nuclear engineers. So, unfortunately, they're hoovering up a lot of our very bright sixth formers at the moment, but that's good. We've got, I think it's 750 people children, or now they're young adults, working in those companies out of the 2,000 that we've put through in the last 8 or 9 years. So we'll be fully operational now. We've 3 years from 11 right the way through. So we think in the next 10 years we'll be able to do at least 5,000. We call them learners, we can't call them students anymore for some reason. But we feel that they are dedicated to engineering, they stick with it. We've had no dropout. We'd like to see more female coming into the engineering, but that's up to their parents at the age of 11. It's not up to them, really. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Philip. It's a great story to hear, and we'll come back to it in a minute. Dame Rachel.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's great to be here. I have been a teacher and head teacher for 32 years before taking on the role of Children's Commissioner, and it's always been my mission, and is my mission now, to make this the best place, the best country for children to grow up in. Now, I want to just take us back to 2005-06, when I was setting up my first Tony Blair-sponsored academy in Luton, a bottom 200 school, quite right at the beginning of the reform movement. There were still schools at that point that were totally out of order, with incredibly poor performance. Behaviour was terrible. And the reform movement then, the sponsored academy movement, was about taking those schools that were really, really in trouble and turning them around. Then we came to the Tory government in 2010. Michael Gove put his foot on the gas. I went to my next academy and then eventually opened a group of schools called the Inspiration Trust on the Suffolk-Norfolk coast, including a maths and science free school and a range of failing schools that we turned around, and we worked together as a group of schools to do the best for our children. What was at the bottom, the golden thread from that Blair moment through Gove and onwards, was this belief that we could radically transform education, that we could do so much better, and we needed education to be better, and that children from the most disadvantaged areas deserved as good an experience and as good a set of outcomes and could achieve them as any other child and every other child in our country. It was a roller coaster, and it was fantastic. And what I would say to you is that probably the best policies and the most successful policies from 2005 right up until lockdown were the education policies. We should be proud of what was achieved. The gap was narrowed. Schools are, to my mind, unrecognisable. There's far greater diversity of schools. Look at the fantastic JCB Academy, Mark Lehane's Bedford Academy, my academies. The schools have absolutely blossomed and delivered for their local areas. But two things I'd say. Lockdown, has been a huge challenge. So the legacy of lockdown really has widened that gap again. And I think we have to really commit ourselves to a programme of improvement, a reform programme that's twice as good as what's gone before. So from those sort of brilliant gains, we now are in a position where you know, the latest attendance figures, persistent absence at 27%, most of those been, really high, of the number of those been free school meal, children on free school meals, children from disadvantaged backgrounds, children with special educational needs. We've got a massive job to do. But let's see this as a positive, as a positive challenge rather than something we can't do. Let's change the narrative. So when I became Children's Commissioner, I decided I was going to go out and speak. It was March 21. I turned up at the Department for Education. There was no one there but the Secretary of State and me. And I decided I was going to do a survey of England's children and find out what the barriers were to them succeeding, what they needed to thrive, and what they wanted for their futures. And they told me a lot of things, but what was interesting, I got 500,000 responses, the largest survey response in the world from children. And they told me, 80% of them told me they were happy, 20% included children who were seriously vulnerable. One of the biggest things after their mental health well-being was life at school, and success at school. We have a generation that wants to work hard, that wants to roll its sleeve up, but are crying out for support. And there really is still a job to do. If we haven't even got the kids back to school, that job of getting standards up again and closing the gap is still there to be done. But the kids are up for it. They also told me that one of the biggest things, in fact, the number one thing they wanted for their future was a good job or a good career. Now, I met the next Elon Musk. I met the next 2 prime ministers. We're probably going to need them the rate we're going through them. But I also heard from a huge number of children, of that 500,000, from all around this country who wanted great local jobs. They wanted skills, apprenticeships. They wanted a curriculum that allowed them to have some agency and control about their future. And I think that's really, really important. So I'm pleased to be here today to talk to you about it. They also were saying, how can we know more about jobs? How can we know more about careers? How can we get internships? How can we do work experience where no one will give us them after lockdown? So I think it's simple, it's clear. We've got a massive job to do to keep standards high, narrow the gap, keep all the gains from before and improve on them, but also engage with the skills agenda, giving kids what they really want and need, which is good for them and good for the country. So that's my call to action to you today.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, everyone. Before we go any further, I'm going to do a little bit of audience participation. Okay, so can you please raise your hand if you went to school? Okay, take your hand down. Thank you. Right, can you raise your hand if you went to university? Hands down. Can you raise your hand if you did a non-university route, like an apprenticeship? Just look around, okay? So thank you. So the reason why I'm doing that, thank you so much, is often the discussion about education and what we can do to improve the odds, the opportunity for younger people, very much is focused on our own experiences. I'm as guilty of this as anyone else. Everyone's been to school, so everyone has a view about what schools should do, and we're going to talk about that in a minute. But then when we talk about results days in the summer, you'll notice that the focus is about A-levels, and only half of young people at 18 are doing A-levels. When we talk about opportunities and funding for people at the age of 18 onwards, until very recently, it's largely been about how do we fund people for university, which is great, but it's literally only in the last few months we've had clarity over what the lifelong learning entitlement funding will be. Just out of interest, hands up if you've heard about the lifelong learning entitlement. Don't be embarrassed. Hands up if you haven't heard about the lifelong learning entitlement. Okay, so we're going to drill into some of those things, and I just wanted to draw out the fact that so many of us, including myself, only have a partial picture of what young people are dealing with in terms of their opportunities in terms of education. So we're going to talk about schools now. Philip, can we come back to JCB Academy? You were telling me lots about that before we came out here. It's a massive success. What are the 2 or 3 things you think that have made it such a success?
I think the geography of where we are in the country has been a contributed to that. If you drive up and down the A50, you can visibly see signposts to Rolls-Royce. You drive past 3 of our factories. Most of the people in the area work within this ecosystem. So bringing the children and the parents into the ecosystem of the industries that spread out along that corridor, which actually defines the north of the Midlands. So you've got East Midlands on one side, West Midlands on the other. You get this sort of, I'm going to stay here because obviously I'm living with my parents when I'm at school. I don't want to get a university loan, so I'm going to get my degree and go and work for Rolls-Royce or JCB or somebody. And the first thing I'm going to do is buy myself a car. I mean, and that's it. I mean, it's as simple as they're there, they buy a car, they then will meet a partner, they might buy a house, they might stay there. I mean, we sincerely hope that some of the students coming through the academy now, we hope our next chief executive is going to come out of the academy, we really do. We've got some very promising young men and women coming through already, who are coming through with confidence and purpose, because from the age, a fairly early age now, they know what they wanted to do. So, I mean, that's the one thing, and it's geography, and you can't recreate geography, and we're just lucky that we've got those different companies. We haven't got ships, but we've got trains, planes, and automobiles, so we've got sort of pretty much everything. The other thing, I suppose, is discipline. We put them in a house system, we make them wear a uniform, we keep some of the old-fashioned values whilst paying attention to some of the new issues. Learners, not students now, and so on. We treat everybody absolutely as equally, but we give them the opportunity very early on to understand what industry is and what sort of part they could play in it. So, that's a very simplistic way of looking at it, but the only other thing I'd say is the quality of education and the conversion rate into either apprentices or the O&A, GCSE and AS results are right up there in the upper decile. So, and as I say, we've got no dropout rate because they know where they want to go.
That's pretty incredible to have a dropout rate so low. And Rachel, if I can move on to you, were talking about how far things had come up to the point of COVID. Like, what was the special sauce? What were the magic ingredients that enabled that to happen? Like you said, from the early 2000s.
Right. So government focus. I think is important. I just don't think I think we need to get that focus back on education as in all its breadth as absolutely critical for this country and this country's future. And I think we need that focus for government. Then there was freedom for the leaders and the professionals to actually create the schools and deliver the education that was needed in local areas, whether it's a JCB, whether it's a math school, in the centre of Norwich, where we had 15,000 sixth formers, fewer than 300 doing physics, so, and yet we had the energy industry, the John Innes Centre, and no one crying out for engineering and maths graduates, and nobody doing this subject. So, actually being able to deliver the curriculum that's needed in an area to deliver for skills and that kids want. I think also an absolute obsession and belief that kids can achieve, and that was from top to bottom, from Andrew Adonis right through, right through every set of ministers I worked with, every set of leaders I worked with, a belief that kids truly can achieve. And whatever it takes as well. There was a concept of just because when I started teaching, people would say to me, I remember my first sponsored academy, it had 15% of children getting maths and English GCSEs. It had been failing for 20, it had been Ofsted failing for X many years. Grandparents were queuing outside and picketing because it was so bad. And we just had the belief that if we just put the resource in, these kids could do it. I had kids who hadn't had a maths teacher for 5 years, and what we did was we taught them maths through Christmas, through Easter, and we got them the maths, and they didn't end up driving around the estate on their bikes. They went to college, and I think it was what's the word? Jesuitical about delivery and that every kid could, and we need that back. We are facing some of the most adverse the adverse situation, following lockdown. We've got kids genuinely suffering, we've got teacher recruitment problems. We need to really focus on education. We need government focused on it. We need that sense of belief and can-do that people like this man, yourselves, really did, and we need to get back to that spirit, because the children are worth it. So,
if I can bring you in here, John, you were part of a government that was all like education, and a lot of the changes that came through under Labour were in the face of opposition from some of its traditional supporters, the trade unions, the teaching profession and so on. What was it, do you think, that enabled Labour to start to bring those reforms through, which laid the groundwork for everything that's happened since 2010? Why were they able to do that?
Well, I think there were a couple of factors at play there. I mean, the leadership that Tony gave to the education reform agenda was very strong, and he believed in it very deeply. I think, secondly, and you need that. If you don't have leadership to push an agenda in government, it's nothing. It's going to happen. I think the other thing, and this is a statement of fact. I hope it's not controversial. I've put being controversial behind me, hopefully. Sometimes it's easier for a Labour government to take on some of those vested interests in the public sector than it is a Conservative government. I think it's a frustration for me at the moment. I mean, you look at other aspects of the public services that don't get that reform approach now. It's maybe just too difficult for a Conservative government, for example, to look at really taking another look at the NHS. The NHS is failing us. It's not a good value for money service, and too many people are waiting, too many people are dying to get treatment. For Labour, yes, I mean, it's all about the leadership, but I do think it's about political will, and sometimes, as I said, it's easier for a Labour government because we're rooted in some of these, I suppose values isn't the right word, but it's where we come from as a movement. It's easier for us to take some of these challenges on, and to remind people that actually it's not about the teachers, it's not about the unions, it's about the kids. It's about the patients. And that's where our focus has got to be on, and I'm afraid it hasn't been for quite some time. But if I can, Mark, just very quickly, I made reference in my remarks to what I think is going wrong in the vocational and technical training at the moment. And I applaud what Philip has done at JCB, fantastic. So there are lots of really great vocational training providers in the UK, but we don't have a responsive, dynamic training marketplace. And I believe very strongly that this is a place where a dynamic market can help improve the quality and choice and diversity available to employers. And let me just give you one example where I think the market is currently rigged against private training providers in the vocational space. If a state-supported training provider fails an Ofsted inspection, so it's rated as inadequate, it can continue its apprenticeship training, its vocational training. The money keeps flowing. If a private training provider gets an inadequate rating, it has to close. Now, call me old-fashioned, but that looks like a state subsidy to me. That looks like a rigged market that supports the state provider over the private provider. And I think that's a fundamentally unfair set of ground rules. And what it's doing is keeping out of this marketplace really interesting companies who might want to come in and help employers with their vocational training needs, because there's this absolute cliff edge. I'm all for Ofsted and a proper inspection regime, but I'm not in favour of a rule that favours the publicly funded organisations over the private providers. Why would we want to sit down and design a system? Because this is not an accident, this is designed into the system to effectively exclude any ramp up or extra provision coming in from the private sector. The risks are too great. You lose all your capital, you're out of the business, period. Virtually no appeal against an Ofsted inspection. Good luck with you if you try that route. It's not a market that's delivering for employers. So I really do say this as strongly as I can. Whoever is in government, we've really got to get a grip of the drift in vocational and training education. There are too many mess-ups, there are too many rules that don't help deliver the next generation of skilled workers that we need. And the future for us as an economy, if we're going to be the nation that we all want us to be, believe we are still, the role for advanced manufacturing has got to be center stage. That's the way Britain is going to be a great economy in the future decades. A strong manufacturing sector, heavily based in the advanced technologies of the future, whether it's AI or digital, wherever it is. If we leave that ground, we're going to be a poorer nation. And I think right now today, there's a danger that that's exactly what's going to happen.
Well, listen, thank you so much for that. And we're absolutely going to come back and delve into the apprenticeship issues that people have brought up already in a minute. But before we do, Kerry, you brought up a really interesting stat. 27% of pupils have low science capital. And so you guys have been working with schools and colleges to try and improve that. Are you seeing any impact on that, of that work that you're doing? And what else do you think we could be doing as employers or as teachers or whatever to try and drive up that science capital of young people?
Yeah, I think it's a great point, Mark. And if I reflect back on my own experience, you know, when I left school at 16, I would say you can't be what you can't see, right? And you look around you and you just see employers that happen to be in the vicinity and you think, okay, what's the best option? And so that's why I believe this work is so important, because it's important on companies like ours and others to be working with different educational establishments. And so what are we doing? Well, the work we've been doing, which has been in place now for over 50 years here in the UK, has impacted 1.7 million students. We've supported 108,000 teachers across the UK as well with ready-to-go resources. And in fact, we've just literally last month revamped all of those resources using external support, and that information is now available to schools right across the UK. I think when you then take that information and those resources, the critical thing for me is how do you help students really use that information to solve real-world challenges? And so that's why, you know, some of the other initiatives that we're involved with are all about solving those challenges, whether it's, you know, competitions in schools, whether it's the work we're doing with AFS, which is very much focused on projects that students can solve. I think it does make an impact, and ultimately that will flow through to those that choose to take STEM degrees or STEM apprenticeship programs. And actually right now, the challenge for me is more around how can we as an organisation and others really ramp up the number of apprenticeship programmes and offer those to students across the country. You know, we have a really nice example of a lady called Hibba, actually, who came from Bolton. And she was from a family, she had two brothers. Both of her brothers applied to our apprenticeship programme and didn't get through. They suggested she applied, which she did, and she's now a technician in our offshore operations in the North Sea. And Hibba moved herself at 16 from Bolton to Aberdeen to take part in this programme, and she's just a phenomenal individual. And it's stories like that that give me hope, actually. I think the more we can touch people, the more we can make sure we're advertising in the right places, it will just continue to generate more and more jobs, which is what this is about.
That's an absolutely awesome story, and hopefully we can have lots more young people doing that. So a little bit more audience participation, if that's okay. Can you raise your hand if you work for an organisation that currently employs apprenticeships? Brilliant. Can you please raise your hand if you work for an organisation that's thought about doing it, but then didn't go ahead with it for whatever reason? There's a few there. So again, often when I talk to employers, sometimes they're a bit wary about taking apprenticeships on, and often they can't find the right apprenticeship providers to work with them on that. So we're going to delve into the issue around apprenticeships now. So John, I'll start with you. So let's go back to this point. You said you want to see the sort of the whole process of apprenticeships reformed around the levy, but also around the trainers that can do it. Let's spend a little bit of time unpicking that. So what do you think's the problem with the apprenticeship levy? What do you think we should be doing and that we're not doing now?
Well, it's become a tax. It was right in principle to require employers to contribute, because not all employers were, and I have no problem with the concept of the apprenticeship levy, but bless them, you know, like any initiative like this just gets so surrounded with rules and red tape. it begins to sort of defeat itself or lose sight of itself. And I'm afraid we've lost sight of the fundamental issue here. This is a pot of money that should be available to train more apprentices. So we're raising billions of pounds through the levy, and the number of apprentices that are going through the system has fallen by about a third. Well, there's obviously something wrong. I'm talking manufacturing apprentices now. We've gone from nearly 80,000 a year to 50,000 a year, at a time when really we need to be doing the opposite. We need to be ramping up the number of apprenticeship training schemes in the system. It's not flexible enough, and certainly for manufacturers, there are so many limits on what the money can be spent. It doesn't help us at all. We can't invest in some of the tools and the machinery and so on that go with modern engineering apprenticeships. And, not to give the game away, it's got more expensive to train engineering apprentices for the skills that they're going to need for the future. So there really does need to be a complete rethink. I think we don't have many years to do this. I don't want this to disappear into the sort of the exhaust pipe of Whitehall. It could quite easily do that. There's some quick things we could do. We have to be more flexible about what the money can be used. It should only be used to support apprenticeship training, not go back into the Treasury as part of general taxation, because that's exactly what is happening at the moment. And this money is not being used for the purposes for which employers were required to contribute. And I think as a matter of principle, that's wrong. I don't think this should become a form of covert taxation. That's not how it was sold to us 5-6 years ago. So I think we really do need a fundamental think about that. But I also say this, Mark, from my own experience, I know how difficult this area of policy is in Whitehall, because it involves a number of different departments. But the thing that's missing at the moment, I think, is any kind of real drive or leadership to get a grip of vocational and skills training. And I think this is fundamental to getting things moving in the right direction. And I'm afraid unless we have that, we can analyze the failings of the apprenticeship levy till the cows come home, and many people have done that. But we need someone to pick this baton up and say, right, I'm going to fix this problem now. I'm going to fix it today. Churchill had this fabulous thing in the war when he was being advised by the military chiefs, this, that, and the other. He'd write on some of his notes, for action this day. I think we should have a similar spirit in government today. It's got to be done this day, not kick this can down the road indefinitely, because that's what's happened.
So that's a very clear message for Gillian Keegan and Rob Halfon, I think. Philip, you guys at JCB, all the work you're doing, what are you seeing in terms of the apprentices you're bringing on? What's working well in the system, and what improvements would you like to see?
Well, just coming back to what Lord Hutton said, you can't turn this on and off. What we're talking about is generational. So you take an 11-year-old, get them interested in STEM subjects, engineering, make them aspire to be working in a certain environment, whether it's oil, gas, aerospace, JCB, Jaguar Land Rover, doesn't matter. We have to have the continuity. And those companies that can offer these places have to take this very, very seriously and partner up with, let's call it schools for the moment, but there could be another sort of mechanism for that. And it's not any one government that's going to solve this, or any tranche of civil servants at the time. It has to be a mindset, it has to be a change. So what's working well are the companies that actually get that and do it. What isn't working well are the companies who maybe have a board of directors or even a chief executive who said, "Guy, this levy, how on earth can we get some money back on this?" And I'm not saying it happens, but I'm sure it does. And that's what really worries me. People are saying, well, we're paying all this money and how do we get it back? Rather than how do we really plant those acorns and get those seeds growing. And the more we can educate companies to help, the better. So it's working well for the companies that are dedicated to doing it and think of it generationally. It is not working well for those companies that see it as a bit of an irritation of how they can get cash back quickly from throwing a whole load more courses into the system. So it's criticism, but I'm quite clear that we need an inspirational, almost czar on this. Just an idea. I think you just need someone to be a role model to say, does this country want to have an engineering base? We've got fantastic engineers. we've done fantastic things in this country throughout the world, but we're losing our position because our manufacturing industry is sliding and our educational system is not putting out the right number of engineers.
Kerry, sounds like BP's doing a pretty good job on this front. So why is it working for you guys, and what do you think we need from other businesses to really ramp up apprenticeships and make them work better?
I think, like any organisation, there's always opportunity to be better, to do more. Yes, I think we have a clear plan that we're focused on. And I think a couple of things I would say there. So to touch on my earlier point, which is, how do you create awareness around opportunity? So, firstly, it's about pipelines of talent. Are we accessing the right communities? Are we accessing the right schools so that we can advertise those opportunities? And it's then, in my mind, setting the right ambition. So I touched on this ambition for 2,000 apprentices between now and 2030 or sooner. But to underpin that, we need to give people an understanding of what those opportunities also might look like, which is why, in addition, we are focused on work experience placements and internships. So that ambition that underpins it really is all a part of the same strategy, so that you have that pipeline. In addition to that, it's also about focusing on where the cold spots are, so working through our supply chain or indeed with educational partnerships to ensure that we're focusing on economic cold spots, that we can also ensure that our social mobility ambitions bring all of this together. And it's not just about apprenticeships, it's not just about internships, it's also about graduate hiring as well and experienced hiring. So how do you bring all of those things together to create a pipeline of talent that, in our case, will help us manage the energy transition? But I just want to add one final point, which Lord Hutton raised. So the apprenticeship levy, and we touched on this, needs to change, even for companies like ours that have a number of apprentices and maybe doing a relatively decent job. The reality is, when we look at new areas of growth in our business, we, for example, are looking at Teesside, Net Zero Teesside. We're building out a business there, but that's not going to be entirely BP jobs. This is jobs in our supply chain, and we need to work with our partners more effectively in that regard. So how can we ensure that we have a levy that gives us even greater access to share that levy in our supply chain is really critical. 5,000 jobs on Teesside ultimately. How do we make sure that we are enabling that? It's not just about that. It's about ensuring that we can access the levy for top-up training, not just end-to-end educational qualifications, whether that might be top-up training that enables people to retrain, requalify, go offshore, whatever it might be. I think there's an area there that we also need to focus on. Additional costs, we are looking at how we use the levy in our retail business. Our retail business is a very different business model, so how we can use the levy to assist with educational costs there. And then finally, I would just say the requirement for Maths and English GCSEs is a challenge in certain communities. So how can we either relax those requirements or indeed, enable, pre-education to enable students to step onto the apprenticeship program? So 4 areas that we really need to change and require greater flexibility.
Thank you. Rachel, I saw you breathe in there when we talk about maths and English requirements. We'll put that to one side. And as a former maths teacher, I think it's down to us as teachers to do even better with our kids in school so they can come to you and employers already equipped. But I hear the challenges it creates. What I wanted to ask you about, Rachel, what are children telling you in your role about their awareness of the kind of opportunities open to them, in particularly apprenticeships? Because a lot of you guys might not know this, but schools are meant to make all of their students aware at various points during their school career of apprenticeships, of the different kind of vocational qualifications they can take. It's called the Baker Amendment. It got slipped into a bill. They're meant to have certain points in a child's career where they're told about these different routes. But what are you hearing about how much children actually know about the options open to them?
So very different in different contexts. So last week I was out in Norfolk in a maths and science free school. Interestingly, it's mainly an A-level maths and science college. They were incredibly aware of apprenticeships, and many of them, whilst you had your Oxford, Cambridge, Imperial specialist science degree courses, there was a large minority choosing degree apprenticeships and apprenticeships. It's become a real choice of those who know. Week before, I was with Bridget Phillipson in St John's Wood Academy, talking to a large group of children about what they wanted the Prime Minister to know. And it was absolutely fascinating, because when we talked to them about, and I think this is coming at it from a funny angle, but it's important, when I asked them what their biggest worries were, we got some of the usual responses, but, you know, there was the table Bridget and I were on, the kids were saying, teenagers were saying cost of living, being able to sort of buy dinner, and mum and dad buying dinner, worries about mum and dad with money, and worries about student loan costs, right? So there was some real concerns. So I flipped it and I said, right, called the whole room together, about 50 students, and I said, hands up, who thinks they're going to be richer than their parents? All the hands shot up, right? So I said, how are you going to do it? How are you actually going to achieve that? And for all of them, it was education. For about half of them, they'd mapped out their A-levels, their university courses and where they were going, and the other half were planning great apprenticeships and great skills. So I think it's in the awareness. Wherever I go, young people are talking about it, but they absolutely are crying out to know more about employers, know more about opportunities, and get more of those kind of, you know, foot in the door, step up, how can we get onto this? So there's clearly, I think the job of awareness is there, it's the what and the how. But I would say, massively optimistic generation, especially given where they're coming from, and I see that everywhere I go. Just think of all of those hands expecting to be richer than their parents, better off than their parents, given and then look at us looking at economic forecasts and what that might say. I just think that gives us an interesting challenge, and that, of course, is why everyone should do maths. And actually, my answer to the maths question is, one thing I found is ahead, if you bring really high quality vocational in early, whether it's with providers or, you know, in your own school, it can be incredibly motivational. I remember in my second headship, the girls wanted to do beauty. Don't they always want to do beauty? So I thought, right, beauty. We'll set up the salon, but they have to run it as a business, and they have to do their maths, their English, their EBAC, and a module of A-level biology in terms of, you know, to do it. And the motivation of those students to actually do their vocational work actually fed into their academics, and they did it. So I think actually we're missing a trick by not using the vocational, which students really want to do, you know, the hard grind of, some of us might love maths, but some don't, but of maths. So just an example, and actually Michael, given that we are at the Margaret Thatcher conference, Michael Gove visited that beauty salon and had his nails done and could not believe it. So there you go.
And just to add on the maths point, I'm not arguing that people shouldn't do maths. What I'm arguing about is, as an entry requirement, how can we facilitate those that don't have it already?
Yeah, I did.
It's absolutely the whole maths and English thing. You guys will know if you work in businesses or employers. We know those work in schools. It is a massive challenge. It's long been a challenge, but we have to do better in schools before we start asking businesses or trainers to do differently. I know that we're running slightly behind time. I just want to go across the panel now. I'm going to come to you first, Rachel, because I know you're very quick on your feet. Action this day. If there was one thing that government or employers or others could do to really improve opportunity through education, what would it be? I'm going to come to you first, Rachel.
It would be two. It would be genuine business partnership. How I talk to so many leaders of great companies who want to engage with schools and really get involved in vocational, and they don't know how. We need government to facilitate those relationships, help make that happen, and help make help make that happen in local areas as well. And two, I do think we need to look again at the curriculum. I am a massive supporter of high standards. Yeah, I love the EBAC, I love maths and English, but I do think we need to look again at knowledge-rich vocational. We need brilliant vocational provision from 14 and, you know, possibly even younger, because of its massively motivational, its massive motivational power, with young people who disengage from education otherwise.
Thank you, Rachel. Philip, action this day, one thing.
I think the civil service, the Department of Education, needs to be tasked to ensure that they actually work with business and industry. Yeah. They are not separate, they have to be part of it to get the right balance going forward.
Thank you. Kerry.
Has to be the levy, the apprenticeship levy. We need to review it.
Thank you. John?
Yep, no, I agree with Kerry. It's got to be the levy. And we've got to have more ambition. I mean, we've got to double the number of apprenticeships going into engineering and manufacturing. So that's where I would start.
So it feels like I've got my next CPS project to do, named after the Led Zeppelin song, When the Levee Breaks. Okay, sorry, it's worth a go. Listen, can we just thank the panel for sharing their thoughts? They've been absolutely superb. Thank you for listening. Thank you so much. Well done.
Hello again, everyone, and this time I actually get to sit down, which I'm quite excited by. But I'm even more excited to welcome the panel for this In Conversation debate. Just conversation, really, which is on the wider theme of opportunity, because we've been talking quite a lot about skills, the economy, housing, quite specific areas. And I wanted to get back to that sort of overall idea of what opportunity means to people. And I'm delighted to have two brilliant people to talk about that. To my immediate left is Penny Mordaunt, the leader of the House of Commons, Lord President of the Privy Council, global superstar of the recent coronation, arguably eclipsing even the King himself, and Dr Frank Luntz, who is the world's leading expert on political language, the creator of, the popularizer of phrases such as climate change, which we all have to thank you for, Frank, but also has been working with the CPS to try and understand attitudes within the UK on sort of very fundamental issues about opportunity, freedom, fairness, and what people actually are motivated by these days. So thank you both very much for joining us. And to start with you, Frank, what does opportunity mean to the public? We've got this whole conference with the word opportunity in big letters. Is that something that resounds with the public in the way it did in Margaret Thatcher's day?
No.
So we should all just pack up.
Yes, I can just walk away right now. No, and we just finished, and you're all going to hear about it over the next 10 days. We looked at some of the key attributes and what matters to the public: freedom, security, fairness, opportunity, prosperity. And of all of them, opportunity seems to matter least. And there are two reasons for this. Number one is that opportunity is for somebody else, not for them. And number two, they've been promised this for decade after decade after decade, and they don't see it. They don't feel it. And I have to say, just to start this conversation off, and by the way, it is such an honor for me to be sitting with you. You can see how much
feeling is mutual, Frank.
I even dress for the occasion. We in America do not copy our language, do not copy our ideology, do not copy our behavior. I know that it is said that if it happens in America, eventually comes over to the UK. God help you if it does. We are in a mess right now. We are a shit. I don't know if I'm allowed to use the language, but we are a shit show.
We'll bleep that on the live stream.
And it's one of the reasons why I so appreciated your participation, your leadership. But the coronation, it's tradition. it's a legacy, it's history, and there's a whole process to it. And we've lost that in America. We've lost the respect, we've lost the appreciation for history, and it's why I'm here in the UK and not in the US right now today, is because I can't stand it. That we've given up on freedom. We don't respect freedom, we don't respect opportunity, we don't respect the things that brought us to where we are. Look at this room. I'm looking at the most incredibly regal history, and our own kids don't know anything about it. Help.
Well, Penny,
so I'm going to be slightly more upbeat than Frank, but I mean, let's just start with the coronation and that image. Why do you think it was that was such a powerful image? It really wasn't about me, but that whole event was about service. It was about duty, and it was a celebration of the country. And I sometimes think that we politicians talk about opportunity in a particular way, meaning what we can give to people. That's our job, right, is to extend opportunity. Whereas I think the public view it in a very different way. And to them, it's about what they can do for their country. And part of the frustration that people feel about politics is not that we're a bunch of useless rotters up in Westminster, although they do feel that. It is that they have solutions to problems and answers that they want to be able to act on. I'm just going to prove my point here and boldly do Frank's job and do a quick bit of audience participation, because I know this is after lunch shift and I don't want anyone to fall asleep during this shift. Just put your hands up if you volunteer for an organization other than a political party on a regular basis. Okay, keep your hands up or put your hands up if you give to charity or you fundraise for an organization. Put your hands up if you took on extra work during the pandemic to help your communities. Put your hands up if you've run a business or you employ someone. Put your hands up if you have run for office or you've been a candidate or you're running for Mayor of London. I saw Daniel Korski knocking around. Okay, and how many of you have served in the Blue Light Services or the Armed Forces? Okay, right. Now, I would have been a bit disappointed at the Thatcher conference if you had not done that, and I would have had to have left the stage by now, but you are people, what that demonstrates is you are people that step up and take responsibility. That's what you do. And I think that's what most people in this country feel and do. It's about how they feel about their communities, what they want to do for their communities and their country. And people feel like that for lots of different ways. Sometimes the upbringing they had, some event that made them feel that way about their country. For me, I always say I know exactly the moment, and it was when I was 9 years old, standing on the hot walls in Portsmouth, watching the Falklands Task Force leave Portsmouth Harbour. I'd seen service and duty, and I knew that was something bigger than myself that was out there, and I knew it was important that that task force left because it showed we stood up to bullies, and Thatcher's resolve at the time showed that. And that responsibility that you feel towards each other, that to me is what opportunity is about, because opportunity is an attitude, yes, of country and government, but mostly for individuals. And that approach to opportunity, I think, is the biggest difference between the two political parties at the moment.
So let me give you a statistic. We asked, this is 2 years ago now, are you invested in your country, and do you think your country is invested in you? 46% said yes, they're invested in their country, which means less than half. More people aren't invested in the UK than are. But the troublesome response is only 27% believe that their country is invested in them. It's the equivalent of loving someone and they don't love you back. 1 out of 4 think their country's invested. This country does the NHS, it does transport, it does education. This is the country that gave birth to us, and the public has come to reject it. So I hate being the pessimist, but I am, and I'm thank God that there's an optimist here. But the fact that we now don't appreciate and celebrate what created buildings like this and legacies like the one that you all share, that's my problem, and that's my fear.
I think we do still feel that way. The coronation, the accession council, all of those things, all those amazing events is when we see flashes of it. But it is alive and well in our communities every single day. People don't associate that with their government, and effective governments foster that. They foster a sense of what the nation is about. I mean, Thatcher did this so well. She knew that her job was not just to have a to-do list, and she clearly did. She had a plan when she came into office, but she had a to-be list as well. And this is so important for politicians because government can only do so much, Whitehall can only do so much, local government can only do so much. Unless you can motivate people and you instill trust in the things that are important, democracy, capitalism, all things that you're worried about, I'm worried about, that are under threat, that's what we need to foster faith in. Those systems are like Tinkerbell the fairy. If you stop believing in them, they cease to work. And that is why we have to work doubly hard, whatever way we're coming at this, as a pollster, as politicians, as community leaders. That's why we have to work especially hard now, because we are encountering some things that we have never seen before. On social media, disinformation, deepfake, these are new and severe challenges to our democracy.
So you've been working on this, and I need your help. In America right now, 40%, we're approaching a majority, do not believe in the electoral system, believe that democracy failed. Among Republicans, half believe that Donald Trump was elected, and he was not. We're losing faith in capitalism. We're losing faith, we lost faith in the media. It's not losing, it's gone. So if we have lost faith in the system and the people who run those systems, how do we get it back?
Well, we have to remind people what it is we all have in common. I think the situation we are facing is similar but different to what is happening in the States, in part because in the US, you have much greater political membership of political parties. It is much more divided along political lines.
And it was striking here, you said who volunteers and then who stood for election, and the hand went down.
Yeah. So it's less political, but there is, people are frightened. The world is a frightening place. Technological change, new challenges that people haven't got a hope of understanding, let alone combating. All of these things lead to people believing conspiracy theories or having distrust in institutions. We've got to work very hard at building trust in those institutions, but that's not something that you can follow a recipe and arrive at. You have to listen to people and you have to deliver for them in politics. But I think also you have to be completely dedicated to calling out those people who are attacking the things that we have in common and these institutions. They're strong institutions, and I always say, because people often point to Brexit as a sign of how divided the nation is and how fragile we are. I say, no, you're wrong. Division is not a sign of weakness. There are nations where there is no division, and they are not strong nations. In fact, the lack of division and plurality of thought makes them weak nations. And Brexit was an amazing time, but our institutions got us through it. Parliament, believe it or not, the courts, we gradually crunched through the situation, and we moved forward. And that is the sign of a strong nation. And I've been on one side of that argument, but I've always tried to point to those strong institutions and why people can have trust in them. And anyone in a position of responsibility now, I'm going to go from you to the House of Commons. There's going to be a debate on the floor of the House on standards, all sorts of things I'm sure that have been in the news recently will come up. We have to be really strong about calling out people who are attacking institutions, people who are attacking the House for carrying out its work, people who are attacking the media. I never thought I'd be defending the BBC, but people who are attacking decent journalism. We have to stand up for these things, because the price of not doing so is going to be very grave indeed.
So here's the challenge. And by the way, if you're going to Parliament, if I give you £10, will you give me a ride?
I'm just thinking, can we put you on the reef rack? We might be able to.
It might be a tight squeeze. We have Donald Trump. Who's American here? Anybody? Okay, we got a few of you. Are you happy with the former president? Are you happy the fact he's been indicted twice? Are you happy that he was convicted of sexual assault? That he's calling this lies, damn lies, and whatever else he says? He's challenging the institutions. He's challenging all the things that keep us together as a country. And that in the end, his supporters believe him. They believe it's a witch hunt. And I blame the government for some of this. When they went and searched in Mar-a-Lago, it was now, 3 months ago? He had the stage for a week before they explained what they were looking for. When he was convicted, found guilty of assault, he insulted the woman that he assaulted, and the audience laughed about it up in New Hampshire. It was a disgrace. He's now been indicted on some serious charges with those documents that he had in his house. And his numbers, every single time, his polling numbers go up, not down. How do you hold that individual accountable?
So what you both seem to be saying, and I'm quite enjoying this because I just kind of wind you up and let you go, I barely have to do anything, is effectively one of the issues around opportunities is that people look at the top of their society, they look at the people who are setting examples, and if they see dysfunction there, if they feel that merit is not being rewarded, then they're going to be less, in their own lives, they're going to take a bit, to see it as a harder to get on, or less encouraged, or less willing to get involved.
Look, I think you can't separate this, and part of the answer to this does lie in government or whatever institution you're talking about being effective and doing the right thing and demonstrating the values that the public share. In my book, I list...
Greater, available in all good bookshops now?
I call it the timeline of trust decay, and it doesn't just list everything that politicians have got up to. It takes over about a decade. Every single ethical lapse, failure, and it's across every institution, business, religious organizations, you name it. And it's a failure of leadership in all of these areas, but it's also about people not delivering and not living up to expectations. And this is why the Prime Minister's right to focus on 5 priorities and demonstrate that government can deliver on things just as much as it's important to get those things done. He's demonstrating that government can deliver and trying to win back trust that way. But we have to modernize in order to do this. Parliament, for example. Someone will come and see me in my surgery who may have ordered something on Amazon that afternoon and it's going to arrive in 3 hours, and I have to explain to them why it's going to take 4 years for the thing they really care about to happen. And the way we approach legislation, how we regulate, we have all these new possibilities now with technology. And unless we adapt and embrace them faster, we can't deliver on any area. And I think this is the biggest challenge for government. There's a lot of things that we've done well, there's a lot of things that we're going to do, but we have to pick up the pace. And part of the answer, it's not the whole answer, but part of the answer is being able to look at someone and say, this thing works now. It didn't used to, it does now, and your life is different and improved because of it. People will trust their government, not when the government persuades them that they've understood them, but when they feel understood and invested in by us.
Ken, let me just... I want to take notes because I want to write about it, but it's rude for me to take on my phone, so I won't do it. So someone please remind me of this point because I will forget it. Here's my problem, and I probably should do this on this stage right now. And I don't mean to cause anyone an awkwardness, but how many of you in this room know someone who died during COVID, from COVID? Raise your hands. I would hope, and he's a friend of mine, I went to university with him, and I'm reading what happened with your prime minister during that period, what was happening in his office. And that's problematic. And we're so partisan right now that we don't call out what we should. I publicly, when I make a mistake in polling, I publicly announce it, I put it in writing, because I want people to know, because I have to be held accountable for you to trust me. What you said is government at its best. The problem is too often we're seeing government at its worst, where people look you straight in the eye and tell you a lie. And I don't know how to get around that.
But I mean, Frank, you said earlier that one of the reasons opportunity doesn't resonate with people is because they just don't. They've had decades of disappointment. That they just don't see it in their own lives. So where are the obstacles? Where are the things that government, where are the things that people perceive that they are being their opportunity in their own lives is being blocked?
The first thing is that the politicians do not say what they mean and mean what they say, and then do what they say. They say anything. I know that Boris is often compared to Trump. That is a BS comparison. Boris Johnson has written more books than Donald Trump has read. Okay, I was told that conservatives don't have a sense of humor. How about this one? When Boris was prime minister, what is the new definition? You're going to kill me for this. What is the new definition of chaos? Father's Day at 10 Downing Street. Ma'am, I'll explain it to you when the panel is done. They mishear them, and they mishear them deliberately. I'll give you 3 examples. We talk in this room, in this beautiful place, about growth. I listened to your former Liz Truss, growth, growth, growth. The public doesn't know what growth is. You all do, but if you're in this room, you're not normal. I shouldn't say that. If you're in this room, you're not typical. Growth means nothing to the average worker, to the people going to clean up tonight, this place. They don't know about growth. They understand a healthy economy. And they don't understand capitalism, because capitalism also is for people in this room. What's so frustrating to me is that the leadership speaks in a language that the public doesn't understand, because they don't deal with it. That's the first thing. The second challenge is, it's not just politicians, it's also the business community. If you're in business in this room, you have one skill above all else that the public respects, and that's being a problem solver. And they don't see that in politics. They see the problems go on, and the debates go on, and it never solves itself. That's why during the period of Brexit, when they were trying to get a Brexit agreement, it was destroying whatever credibility government still had, because they couldn't even agree on that. So as a pollster, all I hear is the public saying they don't understand me, they don't get me, which is why your definition, not just talking about something, but actually getting it off the table, is brilliant. And it's why I'm so grateful to be here, and why I look forward to the next 10 years, because I think I'm going to be seeing you in significant places. But your colleagues are failing.
So let me again try and cheer everyone up. So where I agree with Frank on a lot of things, and I think that particularly on issues like healthcare and social care and housing, which matter so much to people, these are problems that we have to make more progress on. You had the wonderful Gillian early on today. We have knocked it out the park on education reforms, on tangible improvements to that first rung of the ladder for people. Healthcare needs the same treatment, and we have got to do more on making sure that everyone can get a home in good time to have family and all the other stuff they want. That is absolutely right. What I would also say is that politics is a team game, and all leadership candidates emphasize this when they're running for the job, that they're going to build a team. But, and quite often some people forget they're part of a team, and that's you know, what you've seen in the examples you have pointed to. I think that the COVID inquiry, which is so important, not just to give people who put their hands up earlier in the room answers, but also for the resilience of the country. You know, the whole point of this exercise is to make us more resilient in the future, to help us prepare better. And you know, I don't know what is in other people's evidence. I've handed all my evidence full and complete. But I think what people will also see is some pretty heroic activity in Whitehall and amongst some politicians too, about getting the right things to happen and the attention to detail, the effort that went into particular things. Politics is a collective endeavor, and it amazes me that both in both the US and the UK, even though we know it is a failed model of leadership, the top guy is always the focus. Whereas actually it's the team, and I don't just mean the cabinet and a parliamentary party, it's the country. You know, I said to the Prime Minister, your team is the nation. And we have to reframe our story in those terms. And that's why the culture wars and all of that doesn't help, because we're here for everyone. And unless we can pull the nation's talents together, unless we can get people focused on some national missions, and I started writing about national missions way before Keir Starmer decided to write about them, but these things are important. Social care, housing, it requires all of us. And that's why I am unapologetic about talking about building more and taxing less, and not talking about culture wars, because it doesn't move the country forward.
So, Frank, you mentioned there, we've talked a lot about politics, but Frank, you mentioned business and enterprise. And in the polling you did for us 2 years ago, you asked, the final question you asked was, when I look at Britain's political leaders, I sometimes just think, F them all. And got a surprise.
There's a common theme to me and this kind of language.
Yeah.
So this table right here, I apologize to everybody else you understand.
But you also asked the same about business leaders and got a pretty negative response. And then when you ask people, you know, what do you associate with business leaders, they didn't say creating employment, growth, jobs, opportunity, which ultimately has to come from the private sector. They said things like, you know, greedy profiteering. You know, there was an image problem in business as well.
So my issue that you clearly address in your career every single day is being able to explain things that make sense, that are reasonable, sensible, and responsible, which are the three words, for those of you taking notes about communication, those are the three attributes that your population wants more than anything else: reasonable, sensible, and responsible. And there are so few people in the business community that actually speak that way. So I know you're a human being. But it's something happens when they put on these suits and they make the tie too tight, or when they put on other clothing, they lose their humanity. And I'm sorry if I sound agitated, but I actually am, because it's in this room. If you can't communicate it effectively, who can? And if you're not putting pressure on them to change what they say, because they're the ultimate public servants. They have to serve their customers, they have to serve their employees, and they have to serve the communities that they are in. And they seem to forget that in their messaging and communication. Just a little bit of empathy, and they'll get the opportunity to have more profitability.
Look, I think that's absolutely right, and I think we have to do more to explain to people why everything matters. Everything we care about is driven and only made possible through the wealth creators and the business community. I have advocated that people should have in their annual reports how many nurses they've enabled to be funded. We have to make it simple for people to understand the connection between good news on the business pages and what that means to their lives. Higher wages, improved opportunity, better healthcare services, all of these things. But I think the flip side is also true. And when I was doing research for Greater, I asked a lot of business organizations where they thought they ranked in terms of how government viewed them. And the average score was about 6 out of 10, which means, not a great deal. And I think we need to do more and explain why we're doing it to enable people to take those risks to set up another business, particularly small businesses, which are the absolute backbone of our economy. The biggest asks for them are VAT thresholds. There's obviously lots of debate about IR35. There's a lot of work that CPS has done on what would really get things going again and supporting people to do that. What are the things that we want to see people do and support them doing it? And clearly we've had some very challenging times through the pandemic in being able to help everyone in the way that we would have liked. But that's what we should really be focusing on, but explaining why we're doing it. And the final piece in this puzzle is making the consumer king again. Because people, if they're having difficulty changing their contract or, moving their broadband provider or cancelling their Sky contract and all of these things, that tells them that they're not king. And the work John Penrose has been doing about actually getting that in a much better place is what we should be running towards. And, a bit more of that, restore the customer as king and talk up the wealth creators, I think we'd be in a lot better place.
So I want to get to the core of this. I'm going to ask you a question and then I'm going to ask you based on the response. The United Kingdom, are the best days for this country ahead of you or behind you? Not what you want it to be, but what you absolutely believe. Are the best days for the UK in the future or in the past? Who says the past? Raise your hands. Who says the future? Raise your hands. Okay, clearly I've not judged the room.
I think we're Team Penny, not Team Frank in the audience.
This is very interesting because I write about this a lot, and quite often our country is accused of being nostalgic and that we're in love with the past. And I joke about this, that we're obsessed with all things vintage. I even found in my research that you can buy for your garden for £3,000 your very own Gothic Abbey garden ruin kit. It's like the Jacob Rees-Mogg of garden ornaments. It's comparatively new but channeling antiquity. We love old stuff, but we're not nostalgic for outside lavatories or scurvy. We're nostalgic about a time when it was simpler and it was easier to understand how to get things done. It's why we make so many movies about the war effort and all of that. The future is frightening. The future is highly complicated, and that's why people want simple answers. And what we have to do as think tanks and as politicians is find answers, but also reassure people, protect people, and give them the confidence that you can go into any room and just as many hands will go up. That's what we have to do. I'm a politician, so it's, I have to be optimistic.
Don't tell people that.
I have to be optimistic. But I really am. And this is why this is such a critical moment. We have all of this opportunity ahead of us, all this potential, and we need to capitalize on it. We need to be able to compete. We need to be able to deliver on things. You're looking at me saying she's gone into politician speak again, but it is true, and I'm upbeat about it.
I got one for you. How many of you believe that the Conservatives are going to lead the next government after the election? Raise your hands. Okay, I don't know what. I understand you. For those who raised your hands over here, please let me smoke what you're smoking. Robert, your reaction to this?
Well, I thought I was the one asking questions. I think anyone can read the polls. It's very clearly Labour are very clearly the favourites to win the next election, but also Conservatives have been in power for quite a while. They've been through the economy is in a bad state, but I think with inflation where it is and cost of living pressures where they are, like that kind of explains most of politics on its own. But I do think there's a challenge that, and I've identified this in my Sunday Times column, that if you are Penny, you talked about housing. 1955 election, I think it is. The Tories go in with campaign, shout it from 1 million new housetops, vote Conservative. With the extra pound off tax, vote Conservative. There is a kind of list. You are feeling better than ever thanks to the Conservatives. We have done these things for you, which speaks back to the conversation you were just having. The question I always ask, and so I'm going to ask Penny now actually, come 2024, what are the Conservatives going to say to people? This is what we do it. This is how we've made your life better. This is how we've given you more opportunity.
Mm-hmm. So look, I can't delve too much into the fourth session legislation or what may follow, because my advisor will taser me if I go out of lane. But first of all, and I quite often do this on a Thursday morning on the floor of the House of Commons, you can draw a direct comparison between our time in office and Gillian spoke about education earlier on, welfare reform, bringing 4 million people into employment, the fact that we did actually have a debate and got Brexit done. There are various things that we can point to, and on any policy area you care to name, we have made good progress. And the general track record with Conservatives is when we leave office, the country's in a better state. The reverse is true of the other lot. So there's a general comparison that we can make about those issues. People will have forgotten MRSA, C. diff, 45% youth unemployment, et cetera, under the former Labour administration. So those are the facts. But there is a more important factor, and I'm going to try and persuade Frank here. And I mean, the first thing is the public have not sealed the deal with Labour yet, and I think that goes to the heart of what they stand for. Keir Starmer has been doing a lot to try and be the sensitivity reader for socialism and edit out all of the, the twits and the trots, and I've called it cosplay conservatism. He's trying to look a little bit like my team. But if you look at what he's actually done on particular issues, on how he's tackled and approached industrial action, in what he's doing on North Sea oil and gas, on all of these issues, it's not right, and it's not with the values of the country. I always joke he needed a focus group to sing the national anthem. There's just something that isn't settled between him and the public yet. And with regard to us, there is a reason why we are the most successful political party in our country's history, and I believe it's the reason everyone put their hand up at the start, because we believe in things that are in tune with the values of this country. Personal responsibility, looking out for other people, freedom, plurality of thought, all of those things. And that's why I'm optimistic about the possibilities for the next year. Because we are not the defenders of the status quo, and we're not old hat, even though we've been in office a while. What we do as Conservatives is create, amplify, and promote hope. That's what we're in the business of. That's what Thatcher was in the business of. And I think that if we can get ourselves back in the game and start to do things that are in tune with the values of this country, and I have my role in government, every piece of legislation, every statutory instrument comes across my desk, and my official there will testify, I do not let it pass unless it does those things, unless it helps people get from A to B. It does not get across my desk. I'm making myself very unpopular with a lot of departments. But that's what we need to get back to. And if we get back to that, and we can rebuild some trust along the way, and I know we've got some hellish problems to deal with, which is where I'm heading next, I think there is all to play for, and I think that historic fifth term is within our grasp. But we have to be true, not just to ourselves as Conservatives, but the values of the people of this country. And we haven't been in recent history.
I'd rather be here than in my country, because as difficult as it is in your government, there's still a sense of decency and civility that we've lost in mine. I was at Donald Trump, and this is, I know this is on camera, but this is off the record. I was at Trump's...
We are being streamed.
Okay, off the record. I was at the very last public appearance of Trump as president, December 24th, 2020. It was the Christmas Eve. And after a couple hours, I got the guts to go up and ask him, what does the J in Donald J. Trump stand for? You know what he told me? Genius. I would much rather be here than be there, because there's still a goodness here, and there's a decency here, and there's a civility here. America has become mean. The US has become something I never knew before. There was always a community spirit, and it affected you whether you were in the heartland or New York City. It's not that way anymore. Our cities don't work. Los Angeles, Chicago, New York, all these places that government made promises to the people. They can't keep the streets safe. They can't educate the children. They can't provide good jobs. And now people are leaving those places for Florida and Texas and Arizona, Tennessee, all over. Do you have, I know you probably are going to say no because you're focused on this country. Any advice for us before we go off the cliff?
So I, probably more than any other minister, have traveled around the US state by state, because when Biden said he wasn't particularly interested in a federal deal, I was a trade minister at the time, and I said, well, where does the regulation sit? It sits at state level. So I undertook the longest tour around the US of anyone since Churchill during the Second World War. And I went state by state. I spoke to everyone. I spoke to not just governors and the agriculture commissioner, but right down to councilmen. I've been all over the place. And I think there is decency, and I think there is still a sense of what America is and what America could be. But I think the only way to get back to that, it's the same hard graft that created the US in the first place. It's building that shared understanding. It's having the courage, and the courage in your political leaders. And there is, I mean, particularly at mayoralty level, you've got some great Republican leaders in the US. I mean, just phenomenal people with immense courage. And those people, and this applies to my colleagues in the Conservative Party today, we have to have the strength not to be pulled in particular directions by particular media groups or pander to particular constituencies. We have to have a real sense of what we're about. And I see that in your young leadership in the US. So you can be with us for a little while, Frank, but
then you're sending me home.
You're going to have to, well, if you want to lift a parliament in the next 10 minutes, you're going to have to promise me you're not going to give up, on the US completely.
I'll walk.
I tried, folks, I tried.
We do only have a few minutes left before Penny has to go back and pour water on various fires. So the counter-argument to that, Frank, is that if you look at America's growth and its dynamism and its economy, it is still a vastly richer country than the UK and is getting richer still. The basic promise that your children's life will be better than yours is more realisable in the US because it has a more dynamic economy. And a load of the work of the CPS is devoted to trying to work out how we can echo that in the UK, because in the UK, not only is our growth flat, but there is a generational issue that there is a generation which, thanks partly to Margaret Thatcher, had opportunity, and they seized it with both hands.
but that opportunity isn't there for the generation below. Is that something you both would agree with? And if so, how do we solve it?
I'll give you the statistics for the states. 70% of Americans, a little bit higher, feel that their quality of life is better off than their parents, and only 15% think it's worse. But when you ask them about their children and the next generation, 25% think it'll be better, 50%, 54% think it'll be worse. We've never been this negative. And I know how bad, by the way, I apologize. I'm sorry. I should not be trying to bring you down. The problem is, as a pollster, this is what I hear. This is what people tell me. So I can't help reflecting on what I'm being told. And it's never been this way. And that's the issue. And that's why when you come out against a culture war, my only response is, bless you. Because you could add another 10 seats, 15 seats to your total, but you'll destroy the country as a result. There are issues of cancel culture. They are trying to tell the next generation that they don't live in a great country, which they do, right here. The stuff that they're teaching at the universities is problematic. And people, if they speak out against it, they do get fired. That's all true. But there's a right and a wrong way to run an election and to win an election. And in the end, as important as the next election is, I hope you would agree, in a place like this, sponsored by an organization like yours, that the country is more important than the election, and the next generation is more important than this election. And I think we've lost that in America, and I hope you don't lose that here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I always ask myself if I'm seeing someone that I always say one reason why I think young people are so fixated with rewriting the past and on those sorts of issues is because they're terrified about their future. I mean, either that the planet is going to burn down, or they're not going to be able to get on the property ladder, or be able to do the things that they feel they really want to do with their lives. So I think this is a very important aspect of the platform that both main parties offer at the next election. And as conservatives, we have to do more, particularly on home ownership. And the world has changed. Financial products that existed generations ago and are in pretty much the same format as they were then are just not applicable. It's not the same risk now. We have got to, across the board, modernize, look at risk in a genuine sense as it exists today, and understand what these individuals' dreams are. I mean, that's what we're here to do and deliver for them.
And I do want no one to misinterpret what I'm saying, because I've focused on Trump. No one made more promises to the American people that he broke in the weeks and months after he got elected than Joe Biden. You cannot buy your way and spend your way and create a government that is simply dishonest to the people that it's meant to represent. We should never have had this inflation, which, by the way, is not inflation, it's affordability. But we should never have had this inflation. It would not have happened if Joe Biden hadn't tried to buy the love and appreciation and respect of the American people. So don't misinterpret my words. The government is not the solution, the government is the problem. But individuals and leadership can get us around that, and I see it here even more than I see it in the States.
So one final question for both of you in the seconds we have left. Can Britain become a country of opportunity again, and can the Conservatives become a party of opportunity? And how hard will it be? Or are they already those things?
I'm going to give you the final word. Let me go. So you should have the final word in this conversation.
Sure.
It has to. You don't have a choice. You have wonderful children, and you're a great dad. And you raise your children to be good and decent and honorable. And in the end, that's what really matters. Not how much they make, not how much taxes they pay, but the decency of them. This country has treated me so well over the last 2 years, and CPS is too cheap. The Center for Policy Studies is a wonderful think tank. because you care about the quality of life of the people you represent. So good for you. You don't have a choice. You have to return back to first principles. And the brains and the policies of this think tank can make it happen. And when you bring people who represent and have the ability to take those policies and make them real, then you've earned and deserved your place in this country. I have faith in you, but you have to start today. And you can't look to anyone else you're sitting with. It's got to happen with you.
Well, I agree with Frank. And I'd also say, and very appropriately, as this is the Margaret Thatcher conference, that to deliver opportunity in the way that I understand it, it's not about government. Frank is right. It is about individuals. It's about enabling them to be able to take the responsibility that they feel they have. That's what people want to do. And to do that, you have to empower them. You have to have a very clear view about how you're going to deliver for them, and that's part of how you restore trust in politics and in Whitehall and in Parliament in particular. But most of all, it is about an attitude. I mean, that is the difference in how I describe the difference between the Labour Party and the Conservative Party when I go in to talk to schools. It's about an attitude and a determination. And we've had a terrible time of it over the last few years, the whole world has. But because of that, we need, now more than ever, clarity of thought and purpose about those things. So Frank is right, we've got to. And I also believe we can.
Nice to end on a positive and optimistic note. Thank you both so much, and hope we'll now have a coffee break, so please go and enjoy yourselves. But before you do that, please say thank you so much to Frank Luntz and Penny Moon.
I will give you a lift.
Thank you.
Great.
Penny, you need to go.
Going which way?
I think you will go. That one. Yeah, sort of secret.
Seriously, do you need a lift?
Yes.
We're going to, yeah, I can give you a
Ladies and gentlemen, again, sorry, can I ask you please to take your seats? If anyone wants to fill up at the front, we've now cleared a couple of the reserve tables, thanks to the minister's vast retinues and security teams being out of the way.
Wow, yeah, absolutely. They've done, I mean, they've moved.
Thank you all so much. Our panelists are almost ready.
So for introductory remarks, I'll just go this way. It's just easier. Is that okay? Introductory remarks, I'll just go on the panel.
So I'll hand over to Su Ping Tan from the Telegraph, our wonderful one of our wonderful sponsors today, for our third panel on building opportunity in society.
Hello. Just wait for the last few people to sit down. As the banner suggests above me, this panel is about embedding opportunity in society. And before sitting down here, I had a little bit of a think about what that means. And I guess in the words of Torsten Bell, it is about being able to build a better future and how to do that. And I don't think, well, certainly in my day job, I don't really talk about that. I mean, I write about interest rates, I talk about nebulous concepts such as growth, as you heard in the previous panel. And I think that's because we assume it's a given that, like Rachel D'Souza said earlier, that you walk into any classroom, ask the group of school kids, will you be better off than your parents? And you assume the answer is yes. But if you dig a little deeper, and in recent reports, I think you find the answer is not as homogeneous as it used to be, which is why I'm joined by a distinguished panel of guests here. To my left, we have Sophie Halm, who's Chief Executive of Progress Together, which is a think tank that focuses on diversity in financial services at senior levels. We also have Stuart Hare, who's CEO of Skipton Group, one of the biggest building societies here in the UK. We have Resham Kotecha, who was appointed by the Cabinet Office to be a Social Mobility Commissioner and is also Head of Policy at the Open Data Institute. And on the end, last but not least, Rob Borton, who's CEO of Thacum Group, who develops property sites and builds houses around the UK. Can I ask the panel, starting with Sophie, just to give us your opening thoughts on the subject of the panel today?
Sure, thank you. So, yes, CEO of Progress Together, we're a new not-for-profit startup. We're a membership body and we aim to level up the UK's financial services sector. So we know that at senior levels within UK financial services, 89% of senior leaders come from a higher socioeconomic background. And that's compared to 47% at junior levels. So we know that employers are working really hard and doing a great job on diversifying the junior levels, working to diversify the graduate intake, working with schools. But those individual employees are not coming up through the pipeline. And we know that working class employees are 25% slower at progressing than their peers, and there is zero link to job performance. We now have the evidence. And this matters
because the rate of vacancies in UK financial services is the highest it has ever been. The demand for skills is outstripping supply. But we have the talent within our own organisations. And that's what Progress Together is here to do, to support employers to take action on this. And it's a peer network, so we support employers to meet with others that have already kind of gone down this journey before others. We're an output of a government-commissioned task force led by the City of London Corporation. We only launched last year. We already have 37 members, and that they represent 30% of the UK financial services workforce. So there's some real appetite to look at the progression piece.
Stuart.
Yeah, hi everybody. Thank you for inviting me along. I came from a working class community in Glasgow and now get to run a financial service institution, so maybe I'm part of that 11%. But the Skipton Group houses both the Building Society and also the UK's biggest estate agency, so it probably won't be a surprise that my answers and my commentary will focus on employment and housing. On employment, a friend of mine who runs KPMG in the UK recently did some research about employees they'd brought in, and they looked at the progression of disadvantaged groups, so ethnic diversity, sexuality, etc., and working class background. And they found that all of those groups had actually progressed except one. And it was those with the working class background that had not progressed at the same rate. And I put that down to a few things, but one of them certainly is to do with housing, and therefore the economic progression that people can go through with housing. If you're now a youngster in the UK, your aspirations to own your own home is not any more dimmed than it was in my day, and I suspect in all of our days. However, that key aspiration to many is now unattainable, and that's leading to greater social inequality in my view. We get a decent lens on this, and 86% of renters want home ownership. 8 in 10, though, of renters feel trapped because home ownership is too distant, either saving up the deposit or indeed the cost of moving into the housing ladder. And 43% of those renters think it's impossible. So one of the things that we're quite proud to have done is we launched, much to critical acclaim, the 100% mortgage for those that could prove that they've made good rental payments and that where the mortgage would be cheaper. We want to give people the opportunity to own their own home, to put a nail in the wall, to put a picture up, etc., because that allows them to move to work. It moves away from disadvantaged backgrounds and actually pushes them towards opportunity.
Resham.
Thank you. So the Social Mobility Commission, and me as one of a number of brilliant commissioners, work to advise the government but also to hold them to account on social mobility. So once a year our statutory duty is to produce a State of the Nation report where we evaluate the state of social mobility in the UK. So that's coming out in September, so do keep an eye out for it. But when I'm asked what's the state of social mobility in the UK, it's a difficult question to answer because it depends what you're measuring. There's educational outcomes, there's income, and traditionally people would talk about social mobility and talk about class in terms of job, blue collar, white collar. The reality is there are now a number of jobs that are not, traditionally thought of as blue collar jobs that now pay you far more than a professional office job might pay you. We also struggle to classify working class or middle class because actually people's life circumstances change and people self-classify differently. So we measure by looking at what your parents did in terms of their socioeconomic background when you were 14 years old. And what we're measuring is what your life chances are compared to your parents' life chances. So on that measure, in the UK, absolute occupational mobility has been relative for decades. And in fact, relative occupational mobility, the job opportunities you have, has been slightly improving. And it's good compared to some of our international competitors like the US and Canada. I'm sure we'll come on to it very shortly, but in terms of housing and the opportunity to live and work where you could earn the most or have the best life chances, well, we're struggling on that. But there are lots of positive signs, so I'm pleased there were people here earlier who thought that the best was yet to come for Britain. In the 2010s, we've seen significant improvement in people being able to improve their social mobility. But we have to also accept that where there's upward social mobility, there's downward social mobility. So some people are doing less well than their parents did. And unfortunately, as some of you will have thought about intersectionality, this impacts you more if you're a woman, even though women outperform men at KS2, KS4, and at university in terms of education. We know this impacts you more if you have a disability of any kind, and we know that this impacts you more if you are from an ethnic minority background. So it's really important to be able to measure social mobility, and so data is hugely important for us in that. But it's also about making sure we think about regions, and we see London outperforming in education in a way that other regions in the UK are not. So lots to think about in terms of how we can progress, but we also do a lot of work with employers in terms of thinking about not just the people that they accept, and as you mentioned, they're doing great jobs in grad recruitment, but it's about who progresses and how they progress and whether you're measuring that or not.
Lots to think about there. Rob?
Thank you. So social mobility in terms of it being hindered by a lack of housing opportunity, I think, is key to where I'm going. So housing is often mentioned as a negative or a difficult subject, but actually it's core in terms of personal, family, community chances. Insecure or secure, housing plays massive importance in terms of family planning, community empowerment, health, social inequality, etc. As recently as 1996, 65% of 25... Try that again. As recently as 1996, 65% of those aged 25 to 34 owned their home. Now that's 41%. Britain has the 5th lowest home ownership rate in Europe, despite 81% of people wanting to own their own home. For people, it's about...
Can you move your mic up? I still can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? No?
Someone's running to the front frantically, so...
Okay. Give me a second. Okay. Can you hear me now? Perfect. There we go. Okay. Shall I go again? So the crux of what I was saying there is that social mobility is linked to housing quite massively. And as recently as 1996, 65% of 25 to 34-year-olds owned their own home. Now that's 41%. We've got the 5th lowest home ownership rate in Europe, despite well over 80% of people wanting to own their own home. And for many people, it's about building social capital. That's a stake in society. That's putting down roots. That's starting a family, getting involved in community. First and fundamentally, it is probably about building more homes. We have a supply crisis. If we just take the recent migration figures, a net migration of 606,000 people, if we apply 2.4 as the metric to that, and divide it by 2.4 people per household, that's an extra 250,000 homes we need just to deliver that. That doesn't take into account the changing family structure, the fact that we're living longer and need rising in general. But it's not just social mobility for buyers, or young people. It's about the whole housing spectrum. Mortgage, social rent, shared ownership, affordable rent, rent to buy, or any other tenure. That lack of supply is harming all of those. For us, it's not just about placemaking. It's about placemaking. It's not just about building houses. It's about creating communities where we deliver shops, cafes, village greens, schools, and all the other things that people need when they come together to have a true, proper community. And that can be done and should be done in partnership with the public sector, but done properly. Providing a full mix of housing, the 1 and 2 bedroom apartments, the 3 and 4 bedroom family homes, the bungalows for downsizers, all mixed in together as a community, not just focused on commuter housing. And we think that community has fallen down the agenda. We know we completed recently a piece of work with Oxfordshire County Council, looking at how good community creation addresses social and health inequality, how we give people a better chance. And all of that is possible if it's done properly in the right way, but it needs to be done in volume. And that's something that we're working with our partners to try and achieve.
Lots to think about there, and we'll get into the policy weeds later. I should say this session is being live streamed, and unfortunately not by my choice, there won't be a Q&A at the end of the session. I've just been asked to inform you of that. I just wanted to ask you, Stuart, in your opening remarks, you were very proudly stating, you know, you're from a working class background in Glasgow. How did you get to the top of a big financial institution? And do you think young people today have those same opportunities?
Probably I'm a bit shy to answer that. But I got lots of privilege growing up, despite being working class. I think being a white male, and my mum and dad worked exceptionally hard, and I got through secondary education and worked hard. And I don't think we should be embarrassed to say we have to work hard. Worked hard, had the right type of diligence, and then took every opportunity in front of me, some of which weren't obvious. But it was all about really trying to progress myself. What happened for me that perhaps made a pivot point from being management level to leadership level was actually finding cause or purpose. And that can sometimes be the breakthrough moment. I worked at RBS. Yes, it went spectacularly bust. And the question then was, do you hang around and try and fix it, or do you run off claiming it was someone else's fault? I decided to hang around and try and fix it, and it gave me cause. I then worked in HSBC, setting up the ring-fence bank in the UK, and it was all about actually making sure that HSBC gave back to the UK, rather than simply offshoring the profits out to Asia. And I felt that that was quite a purposeful thing to do. And then ultimately joining Skipton Group has been all about helping people into homes, and helping people make the money work harder. So purpose plays a big part in creating motivation. So the more purposeful the jobs, I think the more we'll create the drive and, you know, people, generations coming up.
But do you think there were any doors that you managed to pry open that perhaps generations today might find more difficult?
Yeah, so actually, if we go back to housing, when I was moving, there was never a question of could I afford the rent. And we, both myself and my now wife, we weren't getting paid particularly handsomely in the first jobs. Yet we took a house in Putney or in Clapham in London, because the rental costs were reasonable, still a reasonably high proportion of income, but actually affordable. That simply wouldn't be the case now. Similarly, when we chose to buy and get onto the property ladder, it was achievable on relatively meagre incomes. It's not achievable anymore. And so we have to change some of the orthodoxies around things like you got to buy it, perhaps you share the purchase, you know, shared equity ownership, a little bit more rent-to-buy type propositions to give people that opportunity. So I think certainly there's a barrier now in terms of that social mobility.
We will get on to housing, but I just wanted to ask you, Sophie, in terms of getting working class people to rise to the top, like Stuart mentioned in his opening remarks, how do you do that?
So I think we need to stop talking about how do we get the people better, how do we make them more confident, how do we get them more networks. And this is about looking at the processes within the employer space. So are our leaders accountable? Do they really want to bring about change? And are they accountable for bringing about that change? And also role modelling, I think that's hugely important. People within an organisation need to look up to others that look, feel, have the same experiences as them. So I tell an anecdote about my own experience. I went for an interview. The interviewer said, we both went to the University of Bristol, because I'd mentioned going to university in Bristol. I'd been to an ex-poly, she'd been to a Russell group, and I thought at that point, I don't want to mention that I haven't been to the University of Bristol. A couple of years later, by chance, I happened to be talking with the chairman of the City of London who had been to an ex-poly, and he was talking to some academy students here. That was my light bulb moment. That was when I thought I could do it, but I needed that chance interaction with that person that had had a similar experience to me, and that gave me the inner confidence to move on. But in terms of the processes, as you say, figure out the data, know your starting point, know what your workforce looks like, and figure out the challenges that are within your organisation. Are there particular challenges in particular occupations, front office versus back office, for example, in financial services? And use that data. It's not collecting data just for the sake of collecting data. ID check on promotions, work allocation, access to senior sponsors. Who's getting the visible projects? The projects that get you noticed and get you in front of the people that can make the decisions. Who has access to senior sponsors? We know in financial services that's so important, but we know that employees from working class backgrounds are 17% less likely to have access to a senior sponsor. So how are they allocated? We know it's human nature for us to support individuals that remind us of ourselves when we were younger. It's in our comfort zone to do that. We need to override that natural instinct and ensure that people from different backgrounds have access to influential people within the organisation. And then also setting targets. Figure out where you are now as an employer, figure out where you want to get to as an employer, and set a target around that. The City of London led a task force on this. There are 5 key recommendations which I recommend you have a look at. And then I would say this, join Progress together and find out what other organisations are doing in this space.
Just a quick follow-up on that though. Do you think targets work? We hear about diversity targets in the workplace. I've been at workplaces which have diversity targets. I tick a lot of those boxes. And I have to say, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. And obviously there's a lot of stigma attached to them as well. And also this idea of working class, you know, HR sends around the form and you tick what you are, you can say you prefer not to answer. How do you identify these groups? As Resham said, you know, there's no box for working class and, you know, no definition.
Well, there is a kind of a definition in terms of what the question that's asked in the census and the question that's recommended by the Social Mobility Commission. And of our members, 100% of our members collect data on parental occupation at 14. So employers are beginning to centre on that. In terms of targets, it's not the same thing as a quota. It's not saying you must get a certain individual from a certain background to a certain level, but know where you want to get to. In the same way that as a business you have other targets for other areas of business. You have climate targets, you have your profit targets. If you actually want to make a move on this and you actually want to bring about change, you have to treat this like any other change management programme within the organisation. Otherwise it just remains fluffy side of the desk activity.
Fair enough. Resham, whoever comes into power or stays in power after the next election, they're looking, you know, a pretty tight borrowing position. We're still borrowing, deficit is still close to record levels. There's not a lot of money around, basically. What are you telling policymakers they need to do to improve social mobility at a time when there's not a lot of money around?
Yeah, it's a really important question because, as you say, there isn't that much money, but even if there was, a lot of it is not about money. It's about what you do with what you're spending already. It's about how you shape culture. It's about how you shape society. I mean, we know, for example, that the least advantaged children start school 4.5 months behind their peers, and by the time they leave school at 18, they're 18.5 months behind. In addition, we know that if you read to your child for 15 minutes a day at the age of 3, by the time they reach 7, their educational outcomes have improved on average 5 to 6 months. So there are lots of things you can do to support the improvement of social mobility without spending more money. And some of that is around targets, some of that is around data. If it gets measured, it gets done. So, you know, we talk a lot about children on free school meals, for example, and that's really important to think about the support we're providing them with extra education or extra support. But actually, what about the children in the cohort just above that? There's millions of children that actually don't get educational support or financial support. So it's about thinking with the money we have, are we educating in the right way? And part of that is, what are we teaching young people? So, you know, Sophie mentioned not wanting to talk about her university, you know, and that feeling out of place. We see a lot of young people who undermatch. So if you're from a less well-off socioeconomic background, you will undermatch. You ask for less in salary because potentially the grad salary you're being offered is more than anyone in your household has ever earned. So you don't ask for more, you don't expect more. You feel self-conscious about your accent perhaps, or you don't know how to network because you've never had to network, you've never been taught that by parents because your parents didn't do the jobs that required that. And I think it's also about reframing our culture. So you don't have to spend money to get apprenticeships to be viewed as a really viable alternative. So when employers have apprenticeships, too often you see it as a two-path route. So we'll take our less well-off employees, we'll stick them onto apprenticeships, and the route never really achieves what the grad route does. Actually, no, it should be that it's just a different route into employment, and employers should be giving those apprentices the support and education and guidance that they can be on the exact same progression path as the grads. And so there's lots of different things you can do, but really it's a multi-pronged approach. And until we tackle housing, that's going to be really difficult, because as you mentioned some of the figures, and you've also given us some figures on housing, in the 80s and 90s, it took on average 3 years for the average 30-year-old to save up a deposit. Now, that average 30-year-old would take almost 20 years to save for a deposit. And it's not just about education or income, it's about, can you move to a better paid job, or can you take up opportunities? Well, if you can't afford to live in the place, no, you can't. Can you afford to have children if you can't afford an extra bedroom or a place to put your kids? No, you can't. And we've seen 157,000 fewer children being born between the mid-90s and 2014 than we would have had. So it's huge now, because we're turning the haves and the have-nots into a whole range of life choices about who can actually even afford to have a family or do better for themselves because they can't move. We're trapping people where they are, and we have to acknowledge that regional opportunities are not the same across the UK, and until we can offer people geographical mobility, we can't offer them true social mobility.
So these changes are influencing our life choices, basically.
Absolutely.
Rob, you're in charge of effectively building entire communities across the UK, planning them, designing them, building them, getting people to live in them. What's your take on, first, this issue of social mobility and how to ensure people get on in life? And secondly, of course, how can we get more people on the housing ladder?
Well, I mean, on the first part, we've got to create communities that are communities for all, and it's that simple. You know, we've got to, when we look at new communities, it's often that housing is delivered, but it's not delivering the right mix of housing. So there's not enough affordable housing in there, and truly affordable housing, affordable rent, social rent, as well as private housing. And we need that mix. We need that mix delivered up and down the country, wherever communities are created or we're adding to an existing community. And we need to create that opportunity for all, just to have a stable household environment. You know, so they are stable, they're living in the same home, and that's the first basic step to then creating a raft of other opportunities. So it's important that we deliver housing where it's required in the country. You know, we talk about different areas where it's more and more difficult to afford to be on the housing ladder or to afford to rent a home. And therefore you start to make different life choices as a consequence. And you don't have the kids, you don't retire at the age you want to, you don't do whatever it is at the different stages of that mobility. So for us, it is about creating communities with a properly diverse mix of housing, you know, where it's tenure blind, where it's all mixed in together, where we don't treat one sector of society differently to another because they can or can't afford a property, etc., which has perhaps been the norm in some cases. And I think, ultimately that opportunity does come down to the numbers that we deliver. The basic right. We, as I said earlier, if you just take the migration figures this year, 600,000 people divided by 2.4, which is the metric that we measure all households on, 2.4 people per household, that's 250,000 homes needed just for those people. That doesn't account for the shortfall. It doesn't account for the people that are coming through, becoming 30 this year that want to aspire to have their own home. It doesn't account for the fact that people are living longer. It doesn't account for the fact that the family structure is different now. You know, and a lot of breakdowns in family structure where it changes don't require 2 one-bedroom flats. They require 2 three-bedroom houses. You know, so that we need to be delivering much greater volumes, but all over the country, but particularly in the parts of the country where it's absolutely required.
But as part of that, do you think people need to perhaps move away from the big city? Because what we hear is, you know, a lot of people want to live in London, they can't afford to buy a house in London, rents are extortionate, they're pushed further and further out. You build communities that are far from there, but perhaps the job opportunities are not the same. Is there a compromise that has to be reached?
I mean, fundamentally, we need to build everywhere in much bigger volume. The new communities angle, I think we are in a changing place. We are seeing more and more people work from home part-time or some of the time. We're seeing a missing opportunity, not just in our biggest cities, but across, you know, you take, for instance, the tech corridor, looking at Oxford to Cambridge. That's life sciences, that's tech, that's research, it's all those things. Massive employment opportunity at the moment, massive job creation potential, yet we're just not delivering the housing there to support that and to support those people that want to work in those areas. So it's not just the existing large cities, it's everywhere where job creation could be, and people want to be.
One more, I will move on. Is it easy to build a house in the UK?
No.
Care to elaborate?
You know, listen, I've been doing it a few years, but the planning regime now is more difficult than ever. You know, we see greater and greater regulation, greater and greater change. It's not consistent in terms of where we are. There's a constant need to tinker or change with it, or put this on hold or change that. And as a consequence, the numbers are falling. You know, we will deliver circa 150,000 homes this year. We've been at over 200,000 for the last 5 years as a nation, and it's forecast we could fall as low as 110,000 next year. Planning permissions are falling quite dramatically. We've got a lot of places where local plans are on hold and will be. We're held up by neutralities, other bits and pieces. So, you know, it is more and more difficult and stifling our ability to grow, I think, and to deliver for people.
And just in the 1960s, we built around 3.5 million homes in that decade. The 2000s and 2010s, we've averaged 1.5 million. And the population growth and need is far higher than it was in the 1960s. And then people wonder why in the last 40 to 50 years, we've had over 200% in real terms increase in house prices.
Yeah, I've written a lot about house building. And I was talking to my colleague this morning, actually, about a project that's near him, and I hope he doesn't mind, I'm not going to name him, he lives in Redhill, and there's a planning application to build 3, they're not tower blocks, but 3 blocks of flats close enough to his house for him to be asked. And he logged on to the council just to see, you know, who was for and who was against. And there were about 7 people who said they supported it, and about 800 who said they were against it. Everyone talks about NIMBYs. It's alive and well. And you know, some of these people do have legitimate concerns about how their area will be changed and the pressure on public services as well, which I guess is what you're trying to address, Rob.
So you're absolutely right. We sponsored a piece of work back in 2014, 2015 with Shelter, and they surveyed a huge number of people. I think it was something like 80,000 people, looking at their attitudes towards housing. And you're absolutely right, there is, and quite rightly so, people that have a valid reason to object to new homes being built. But quite often, I think, and perhaps we as an industry haven't helped ourselves, and the way housing is delivered in this country hasn't helped either. We need to deliver infrastructure alongside it. People need to see schools being built. They need to see more doctors' places being created. They need to see better mobility and transport being offered, rather than just houses being put onto villages and towns, and the service is not keeping pace or coming ahead of that. And I think that's a lot of the time what creates this discord, where people feel, ultimately most people accept that housing is needed. They get the argument about population increase, they get the argument about opportunity, house price rises, mobility offering, but they don't see the services keeping pace with it in their local area, and therefore think they're going to be worse off and want to object to it as a consequence, which is perfectly valid. We need to find a way to deliver everything people need, not just housing, alongside the housing.
Stuart, can I come to you? I mean, we've just heard about the struggle to get on the housing ladder for some first-time buyers. Skipton's launched a 100% mortgage this year. I just wondered, what's been the take-up of that product and who's applying for it?
Sure, I'll just link back to Rob's point, then I will answer that. Rob's spot on. There's an element of we've lost the faith in the market forces as well. The first thing you have to have is jobs and people. And once you've got jobs and people, you create tax revenues, and then the tax revenues can support the services. But to do that, you have to have a plan, both a plan in the centre, central teams, and then a plan locally to actually support the growth in the communities. And I think people have lost faith or trust that there will be a capital P plan in the centre and then a local P plan that actually allows people to get behind the type of development that we need. Because the numbers that you've shared, look at that immigrant growth, look at the natural population shift, we need to make more houses. I think that's beyond doubt. And our Skipton response to that was in recognition of the fact that we don't have enough houses, and therefore housing prices have shot up that 200% that you've mentioned. And that meant that our children, other youngsters, first-time buyers, because they're no longer youngsters, first-time buyers, last time we surveyed was 37, it's probably touching 40 now. And so our first-time buyers, we used to sort of think of them are completely changed. And we thought, do you know what, there's got to be a break in this. And financial service products have got stuck a little bit in an orthodoxy, almost in a fear out of the financial crisis, about the amount of debt that you can afford to take. But actually it's about the amount you can afford. And if you can prove that you're affording making making rental payments, then why shouldn't you pay less for a mortgage and have a bit more to put aside? Yes, house prices might reduce in the short term, but they've been a pretty good bet. And with a shortage of stock, I'd say as an asset class, it's a fairly safe bet as well over the medium term. So we've got to let people into that ladder. Specifically, we launched that 100% track record mortgage. We've had more than 55,000 people inquiring after it. What's the profile? Well, the first lend that we did was in Dundee. I'm proud of that, I'm Scottish. Was in Dundee. The lady who's a divorcee with 2 children had been renting. Her rental payments were £1,200. The mortgage cost for the house that she wants, which is quite close by, is £800. So that's £400 a month in her pocket, and now a place where she can put a nail in the wall and actually call her own. I've got pictures of them, and I think it's a fabulous story. That's a typical profile. But then the second one we did, so that house property price was about £130,000, £140,000. Go to Dundee, great weather. The other place was in London, £600,000, which is actually our maximum lend. And that was the second property we did. So you'd be surprised it's a very non-homogenous group, first-time buyers now.
Given what you said, would you support mortgages of upwards of 100%?
So this is all about affordability. Where you start to place more leverage in, where it's more than the value of the home, it becomes very different to value the security against the lend. So no. However, I do think there is room for us to lend against the mortgage and a bit more to support home improvements and green improvements, energy efficiency improvements in homes, but I certainly wouldn't be pushing that more than 100%.
But do you also think there's more room for innovation? As you said, you're looking at rental track records, and others are looking at Netflix payments.
Our first move, well, probably wouldn't go the Netflix route. I'm not sure that points to strong affordability. The reality is we do need to, as a financial services sector, we need to adjust the way that we underwrite, and they adjust the product structures as well. So I wouldn't look for more leverage than the security's worth. I think that's heading towards irresponsibility. But shared ownership, shared equity, rent to buy, actually a responsibility to help people in the mixed type accommodation situations, such as those that Rob and others are building. All of this plays a part. Community housing, looking at key sectors, particularly those that were most reliant on nurses, doctors. How do we structure both mortgage payments and rental payments so that they actually start to get a share in the proceeds of any house price inflation? There's plenty of scope to be more innovative. And actually, we often hide behind the regulators. One thing I'll tell you in launching the product we launched, there really wasn't high degrees of resistance if you think it through the lens of the customer.
And just on the lens of the customer, the challenge and the reason why the home ownership is important. So the Open Data Institute did a study last year looking at fuel poverty. And we think when people think of people living in fuel poverty, most people will tell you they think it's pensioners living in fuel poverty. Actually, 29% of households that are experiencing fuel poverty have the oldest occupant of that house being between 16 and 24 years old. So it's students, it's multi-occupation homes, and the reason that is landlords don't have the incentive to improve the energy efficiency of the home. The incentive structure is not there, and the tenants don't have the security of it being a long-term let, so they also do not or cannot afford to redo the home. So again, when you think about social mobility and opportunity, we have an enormous number of young people stuck in cold homes suffering fuel poverty, who you can imagine the impact that has on your ability to work and succeed and learn in life if you are struggling, and that also ties into food poverty too. So it really does impact every area of your life, and we need to think about, when we design our policies, not just the homeowners, but who is living in that home and what does it do for their life.
Just on that, in terms of housing and owning a home seems to be one of the main points of intergenerational tension, who owns, who doesn't, who got on the ladder, what kind of interest rate they were paying then and now, how long your term has to be. And I just wondered, to the whole panel, I mean, what does a housing system that works for all generations look like?
Shall I start?
Yeah.
I guess Skipton Group is quite a strong part in the housing part. So first of all, we've got to be careful that it's not one size fits all. So it's not all about ownership. It's really important. People often are critical of buy-to-let landlords. Responsible buy-to-let landlords have a huge role to play alongside the state sector. So you've got those that can own, those that aspire to own, who you can support, such as the track record mortgage or other products we've talked about, those that will have a lifetime of rental, but with responsible landlords who are incented through tax breaks, etc., to actually invest in the property, to make it habitable, to make it energy efficient, to create the demand into the economy that then fuels the house building. And then the social housing, where again the mandate is to create responsible homes and maintain them and upkeep them. Quite often I've seen communities where the new houses being built, the new social houses being built, are far superior to those that were there before. So it's about creating a sort of balanced housing stock that caters for all of those different constituent parts. But against the social opportunity behind it, don't forget how much housing generates for the economy, which then lifts everything. Rob had shared some stats earlier. I've seen stats that suggest that housing development, housing moves, housing property, the trades that go on around housing and when you move and when you buy, and also the amount of trade work that's going to be required to make our Georgian and Victoria homes more energy efficient, could be a huge boost to GDP, which lifts all the lifeboats across the UK.
I mean, in addition, I agree, but in addition, by 2035, around 5% of the population will be over 85. I don't want to think about the implications for pensions, and I know that's not for this panel discussion, but it does really mean that we have to think about the houses we're building. Are they habitable by people over 85? Are the doorways wide enough for wheelchairs? Are they usable by someone who might not have the mobility they had? I personally am not a fan of stamp duty. I think it increases friction in an already challenging market. I also think it's a disincentive for older people to downsize if they're still paying stamp duty, and it disproportionately affects people in the southeast. But that aside, I think it's recognising that people will potentially want to buy, rent at different stages of their life, and it's about thinking that young people today are facing far greater difficulties. House prices are now around 12 times the average income, whereas only 30-ish years ago it was 4 times average income. So it's about recognizing that we have put I say we, over decades we have created a situation where young people today are basically, at the whims of the market and waiting to inherit, or are talking about moving elsewhere, or are losing out on job opportunities and family opportunities. So there's no easy answer, and I'm not a housing expert. But the reality is we are creating more and more inequality, not just intergenerational, but between young people who have the familial support behind them.
Correct.
That entrenches where they can live, where they can work. I mean, we talk about internships, we talk about apprenticeships. It doesn't matter if you're offered the chance to get through an interview if you cannot afford to move to London or to where your internship is. And so that's why the housing is so important. And yes, people are working from home, but younger people, especially from less socioeconomic backgrounds, need the networking more than the others. They need to be able to be at the meetings, they need to be able to be at the offsites, they need to be at the water cooler, so to speak. So actually it's about thinking that we are building up huge problems for the future, and young people will have no choice but to leave the UK if we don't tackle this in the next decade.
Wow, so do the panelists agree that the implications might be that serious?
I think I agree with everything that's been said there. We do need a multifaceted approach here. It is all tenures. It needs to be not just affordable rent, but social rent. It needs to be ownership. It needs to be part ownership. I think shared ownership has a really good box to tick, and for a lot of people it's the right way to get that ownership and that security. It's interesting with landlords. We've been on a campaign probably now for 7-8 years, the government, to try and reduce the attractiveness of being a private landlord. The tax benefits, change the model, try and get more to institutionalised landlords that don't behave like some of those irresponsible private landlords. Yet actually the bulk of private landlords aren't irresponsible. But what's the incentive for them to stay in the marketplace, to keep renting? And we're seeing rental numbers decrease quite dramatically due to that the tax position. But secondly, then to invest in those properties and make them more secure for the people living in them from a financial point of view, in terms of the cost of living there, that energy security. From our point of view, 27% of the housing stock that will exist in 2050 is yet to be built. Why isn't all of it net zero? We build net zero today, a proportion of the housing we deliver is net zero. Why isn't everything we're delivering in this country net zero in lifetime use for housing? No bills for heating the home. It's possible, we do it at scale, but we're still kicking the can down the road.
Right, we spent a lot of time talking about housing. I want to move on, Sophie, and ask you about the role of businesses in improving social mobility.
So we know that employers have a role to play in supporting their employees, in delivering the best products and services for their customers, and also returns for their investors. They're responsible for that. So I mentioned earlier that employees from working class backgrounds progress 25% slower than peers, with zero link to job performance. So if there is a group of employees that are not getting promoted, yet they're high performing, then employers have a huge role to play in delivering for investors and such like. So for me, this is more than just social mobility. This is about access to talent at all levels of the organisation. And at the moment, that's just not happening. So we know there are high-performing employees which are not getting ahead. And evidence from the Bridge Group shows that employees are wasting energy conforming to dominant cultures. That's impacting individual productivity. So we have to ask ourselves, what's the impact on organisational productivity? What's the impact on the sector as a whole? And I'm talking about UK financial services because that's the sector I work in. So for me, I think it's time for employers to redefine our perceptions of talent. So too often it's led by fit and by polish and less on performance. So do we need, for all the jobs in the workplace, gravitas, the ability to hold the room, that external displays of confidence? Arguably not for every single job. So yes, fairness plays a part, but there is a business case for this. So I was speaking to an asset manager member of Progress Together recently, and they said they'd seen a 4-fold increase in inquiries from investors around socioeconomic diversity in the last 12 months. Investors are starting to take an interest in this. Also the regulators, so socioeconomic background was an element of the financial services regulators discussion paper a couple of years ago. I wouldn't be surprised if it's also in the consultation that's due out in the next 6 months. But innovation too is key here. So if we have diversity of thought at the top, then that's going to help us remain to be globally competitive as an organisation. And Penny Mordaunt mentioned earlier today, lack of plurality of thought makes countries weak nations. It's the same for employers. We need a diversity of socioeconomic backgrounds at all levels of the organisation to be able to make good business decisions.
Can I ask the two people with CEO next to their name the same question? What's the role of corporations in improving social mobility?
So, first of all, I would agree with everything you've said. The more that the commercial imperative is the one that drives here, but it's that balanced commercial imperative around outcome. So whenever I'm looking to hire, we're looking for people with passion, engagement, energy. We're looking with people who are smart, not Oxbridge smart, but commercial smart and driven. And we're looking for people with in senior roles with a proven track record of delivering outcome. None of that points to gender, sexuality, or indeed social class or background of parents, etc. And the more that we can start to move beyond the concept of how you fit, how well you network, I think the more successful any company and then ultimately the country will become.
I concur completely. For us, we are looking for the best person for that job, and that best person to do that job, the ability to do that, the enthusiasm, the energy a lot of the time is absolutely key to it. It's not about where they come from, what they've done, what their background is, etc. We're not interested. We just want somebody who shows the energy, the enthusiasm, the passion, or somebody who, and we employ across a diverse mix. We've got site-based staffs that are traditional trades, right the way through to architects, to landscape designers, to planners, to engineers, etc., etc. So we've got a complete mix, and all of them come from different backgrounds into all those fields. Some come through traditional routes in those fields, and that could be very much sort of an apprentice site-based onto site. It could be through university onto site, and it could be the absolute reverse into all of those other departments as well. So it's a complete mix from everywhere, and we want that mix. We want that absolute, spectrum of people, because it creates such a great workplace.
To a degree, we've got to force it a bit as well. You asked the question earlier about KPIs or quotas. I'm anti-quota, always have been. I think it forces an outcome which delivers poor commercial outcomes. But I'm massively pro-metrics, because metrics force new thinking. What do I mean by that? When we started to build metrics about gender diversity, we started to have much more balanced shortlists. We started to make sure that there were male and female representation in any interview panels, even the concept of blind CV, which I'm not sure totally works, because there's always a he or a she reference somewhere within it. So for me, when you have an objective, it gets talked about. And when it gets talked about, new actions, new ideas sort of result. So I think to achieve the outcomes that Rob and I have talked about, sometimes that nudge of having a KPI but not a quota becomes quite important.
It's being really brave with your recruitment too. I mean, some consultancies, strategy consultancies, some of the bigger ones, are now recognizing that you may have the skill set, the capabilities, but you don't know anyone who's able to help you prepare for an interview. So they are now sending out practice case studies to people applying to say, and they're putting them on the website as well, to say, if you're thinking of applying, this is what a strategy consultant does. This is how you'll be treated in interview. Ahead of the interview, they send a pack saying, these are some of the practice case studies for strategy consulting, along with model answers. Because if you have access to people who have worked in a professional field, they can help you prepare. But that doesn't mean you're actually going to be better at the job. It's also about thinking about lived experiences and allyship. So if you have people who are willing to and want to, explaining to you what they found challenging as they progressed is really valuable. But then it's thinking about the unpaid and the emotional labour too. I've worked it's not about socioeconomic background, but I've worked in places where I'm in male-dominated fields where I'm often the only woman and often the only ethnic minority. And I can't tell you how many jobs fairs I'd get carted off to. No recognition in my KPIs or in my kind of measurables or billables that I was actually doing this unpaid labour. So it actually hindered me more. It became a compounding effect where, because of certain, I didn't get invited out to the strategy team lunch once. And they said, oh, we just did a boys' lunch. And I said, well, but I'm the only woman on the team. So you basically all went for lunch without me. I've heard examples of people saying, oh, when clients got taken to the cricket, they were told, oh, we didn't invite you. We thought you were more of a football kind of person. So it's about thinking about who you're bringing in, who you're leaving out, and how you're rewarding the labour people have to do, because often they're the people who are progressing less quickly anyway.
Lots to think about that. I am conscious of time, but just to end, I just wanted to ask the panel, if you had a magic wand, etc., what's the one thing policymakers can do to improve social mobility? Sophie?
I would support the regulators to collect more data on this and to publish workforce data.
Stuart?
I'll go to housing, unsurprisingly. Big P, so central government policy, and little p, local planning.
Gresham.
More houses. Sorry,
more houses.
for the reason
I think
of more
that's clear
houses.
from the panel.
I don't have good alliteration for a cheeky two, but early years education and supporting parents to be good parents. If you haven't had role models yourself, it's very hard to know what good parenting is. And we're kind of like, oh, you learn how to do neonatal stuff, but then you have the baby and it's like, okay, well, good, don't mess this up. And then lifelong learning. How are we supporting people throughout their careers and their lives to continue to educate and learn so they can improve their life chances?
And Rob?
I'm going to echo the thoughts with regard to planning. In terms of housing, we have to have government setting policy that is consistent, that it sticks to. We have to have local plans in place at a local level so we can deliver that mix of homes of all tenures to create the opportunity and the fairness in society. Yeah.
And with that, if you could thank my panellists, Sophie Hume, Stuart Hare, Resham Kotecha, and Rob Wharton. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Now, finally, it is a cliche to say we've saved the best for last, but we really have this time. Dr Mohamed El-Erian, if I were to list his accolades and the full extent of his CV, we would still be here for the next hour. So I'll just say he is currently president of Queen's College, Cambridge, and one of the world's leading analysts of the economy, the bond markets, and where we all stand. Ed Conway is the economics editor at Sky News and author of a brilliant new book out this week called Material World, which he said it would be very, 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 he'd be very embarrassed if I told you all to go out and buy it. Or even not even to go out, just check Amazon while you're on your thing. No, but this is going to be a really good conversation, and I'm very grateful to have you here. Ladies and gentlemen, Ed Conway and Dr Mohamed El-Erian.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks so much, Rob. Can everyone hear us? Can everyone hear me? Yes, good. Okay, great. Well, I don't need to do introductions, so that's brilliant. So we can just start talking. I was going to start actually because I had written, the problem actually with your introduction there, Robert, is that now you having done that, I had written this very kind of clever introduction which said at the end of it that Mohamed was also, on top of all the other millions of things that he does and the millions of amazing things that he's done, that he's also a columnist occasionally for Bloomberg and for the FT, and you might have read his column this morning. Whereupon I then would have said, shall we talk about what you were talking about this morning? So I'm going to do that. I'm going to start with that. And this kind of gets us to talking about the state of the global economy right now, and indeed the UK economy, which is quite a good place to start. You were writing about the Fed, about the decisions that they now have to make, so whether they're going to skip this week. What's your take on that? And can you say a bit about kind of the issues they're confronted with in the state of the US and global economy?
Sure. First, let me say what a great pleasure and honor it is to be here. And thank you very much for inviting me. So the Fed has three options on Wednesday. And I'm going to use the words that are used: skip, pause, or hike. Hike is simple. They've increased interest rates 10 times in a row for a total of 5 percentage points, and hike would be another 0.25 percentage point increase. Pause would mean they would stop, and the market would interpret that as the next move being a cut in interest rates. So they had to introduce a third concept called skip. And the idea of skip is you pause for this meeting in order to get some more information with the inclination to resume hiking at the next meeting. So three different policy options, and the whole framing of the debate has been which of these three they should do. And Fed officials are all over the place. So the people who actually make the decisions have come out. Some favor a hike because inflation is still too high. Some favor a pause because the economy is already slowing and they're worried about a recession. And some favor a skip because they think they need more information, more data to decide what's the right course of action. Because it's been framed in this way, it misses the big elephant in the room, and it focuses everybody on three imperfect choices. Tomorrow we get the inflation numbers, so that's going to have a huge influence on what they decide on Wednesday. But they have guided the markets, and the markets believe that they're going to skip. So the market is only pricing a 20% probability that they increase rates next time, very different from the Bank of England, very different from the European Central Bank, and a 65% probability that they're going to raise in July. So that is what they have guided the market to do. If they don't do that, then the market will have a bit of a turmoil. Among the three choices, that's probably the worst choice. But it is the one that looks like a compromise, but in my view, it's a muddled middle. You won't gain much in a month, and you're not looking at the real issue, which is that we have sticky inflation and we have to make a decision as to whether we're operating with the right model of the economy. Much bigger issue, but that's not where the debate is right now.
But what, okay, so on that, when you're talking about sticky inflation, model of the economy, what is that? There's a big picture story there about where we are right now.
So we are now operating in an economy that has changed shape completely. Up to the pandemic, the problem was not enough demand. There wasn't enough demand in the system. And when there isn't enough demand on the system, governments, central banks are tempted to throw money at the problem. And if you don't have inflation, you just throw more and more money. And we have thrown an enormous amount of money at the economy. It didn't work very well, but that was the analysis. Now, our problem is not demand. If anything, there's too much demand in the system because of the amount of money that's been thrown in. The problem is supply. And there are 4 factors that are hindering supply that go beyond the pandemic. This is not a pandemic issue. The pandemic was a catalyst, but what we're seeing goes well beyond. This is a multi-year phenomenon. And you've heard about it, changing globalization. US-China tensions are changing the way the global economy is wired. That's inflationary. Companies themselves are worried about resilience. They realize at the pandemic that they had taken efficiency too far. The just in time now is also comes with just in case. So you start building redundancy in your supply chains. That's inflationary. The energy transition, that's inflationary. And of course, the way the labor market functions and the unfilled vacancies, that's inflationary. So we're living in a world of deficient supply. In this world, and this is where it gets controversial, you wouldn't choose a 2% inflation for everyone. You know, it's as if I come to you and say, all of us should have the same weight target. Some of us are tall, some of us are short. There's no way we should have the same weight target. And yet the US, the UK, Europe, New Zealand, Australia, and others all have the same inflation target, 2%. And we've never had to question it because inflation has been too low. But this is the time where we should be questioning what's the right inflation target.
So that's a lot of what you said is pretty seismic stuff there. You know, a change in kind of the nature of globalization, change in the nature of the economy that we've become pretty used to since kind of 1990s, 2000s. So if that is indeed changing, what is the kind of inflation target? You know, is there just a new normal we need to get used to?
So I suspect if you were to bring a group of experts in a room and say, come up with the right inflation target, it is more likely to be 3 than 2. And I know it doesn't sound like a big difference, but it's a huge difference. The problem...
And that's 3 in the US, 3 in the UK, 3 pretty much everywhere.
3 in the US, probably slightly higher in the UK. And we
higher
can come,
in the UK, okay.
And we can come back to why it is UK inflation is the highest among the 3 major areas. Why is it that UK core inflation is going up, not down?
We've noticed this.
Right. But the problem is that when you have missed your target and you've lost credibility, which is the case of the major central banks, it is very difficult for you to embrace another target. So no central bank wants to talk about this in public. But I suspect in private, they know that one of the issues they have is the wrong inflation target.
Can I just pick you up there? You said when you've lost credibility. So, you know, all of the central banks have lost credibility?
Yes, I mean, that's what the surveys show. You know, the first loss of credibility happened in 2021 when inflation was called transitory. Transitory is a really dangerous word because when I tell you something is transitory, I'm telling you it is temporary, it is reversible, don't worry about it. Don't change your behavior. The official term, as you know, Ed, is you look through it. It's unpleasant, but you just look through it. And most central banks, all central banks, the major ones, fell into the trap of calling it transitory. The Bank of England was the first one to get out of that trap. It was the first central bank to acknowledge it had made a mistake. Until today, the Fed has not done that. But the ECB and the Bank of England had explained why they've made that mistake. So once you fall behind inflation, this is the dynamic. It goes from being a few items, food and energy. Then it gets embedded in the goods sector, because food and energy are inputs into all sorts of things. And if demand is strong, companies are able to increase prices. So it becomes in the goods sector. And then next thing you know, it jumps to the service sector. It jumps to wages. And that jump is really problematic, because interest rate policy can't get to that easily. That sector is less sensitive. So you end up with what used to be a dilemma, but is today a trilemma. The dilemma in the old days, as all of you know, is can you reduce inflation without pushing the economy into recession? The trilemma of today is can you reduce inflation without pushing the economy into recession and without causing financial instability?
Right.
We've seen what high interest rates did suddenly to the pension system. We see what they did to the mortgage system. In the US, you've had the two largest bank failures in history. So once you fall behind, you are so deep in the world of second best that everything you do has collateral damage and unintended consequences. And the discussion you end up having is, if we make a mistake, what's the least bad mistake? And you never want to be in that situation. That's why it's really bad when you fall behind on the inflation front.
I'm trying to kind of to dig out some positive interpretations to what you said, and it seems like maybe one semi-positive thing is it sounds like the Bank of England, because I mean, you know, here domestically, a lot of the coverage, you know, that we've read about the Bank of England, a lot of the commentary has been pretty negative. But actually, you're saying that compared with what the Fed are doing, compared with what the ECB are doing, actually they're not doing that badly.
Okay, so let me just start by an acknowledgement. The governor of the Bank of England went to my college, but nothing that I'm about to say is influenced by that statement. Look, it's easy to bash the Bank of England. UK inflation is higher than US and European inflation. They have this inflation, same inflation target, UK inflation, so they've messed up more. 2, core inflation is going up. But if you were to do what you do at the Olympics, which is you adjust for the degree of difficulty, how actually difficult the situation was and is, then the Bank of England looks the best among the 3 central banks. It acknowledged first that it had made a mistake. It hiked interest rate first, way before the Fed, 4 months before the Fed, and even more before the ECB. It had the most honest communication. There could have been better ways to do it, but it is the central bank that came out and warned that inflation would go up to 13% if the government didn't do something on energy. It is a central bank that warned about wage price hikes. Other central banks have been very political. This central bank has been very technocratic. So it's easy, I understand why people bash it, but for those who actually look at the functioning of central banks and adjust for degrees of difficulty, it has actually been the better in that group.
The handicap score has been
correct,
slightly better than the others. But specifically, so why is inflation so high in the UK? Is that is there a Brexit thing? Is it an import dependence thing?
So 3 things. One is we've had lagging productivity for a very long time. The economy is less elastic, doesn't adjust as quickly. 2 is we decided to redefine our trading relationships with the rest of the world. And we dismantled something without a clear idea of what would replace it. And therefore, our supply chains became more problematic. And 3, we have something, and I went to boarding school here. I remember the 70s. We have what's called real wage resistance. People go on strike here much more easily than elsewhere when they feel that their standard of living is being eroded. So you have another element that comes in, which is inflationary, which is what's happening on the labor side, the industrial action. So you put these three things together, you will end up with a higher inflation rate.
By the way, sorry, that last thing, the industrial kind of propensity to strike, that's still the case now, is it? Even despite all of the kind of, Thatcherite reforms, despite all of the changes in the labour market? But it's not as bad as in France, right?
So even France, I mean, who else has had doctors, ambulance, trains, airports? I mean, just look at the range that we've had. I can't think of another G7 country that has come close to that.
That's really
France, maybe, certainly not the US, certainly not Germany, certainly not Canada.
That is really interesting, because I mean, one of the striking things, in the 70s was that we were the highest for inflation then. So it's just history repeating itself to some extent with a slightly different flavour?
Yes, and I hope history will repeat itself in getting people to focus. I mean, there is good news. I don't want people to think it's bad news. I mean, there's recognition that our fundamental issue is we don't know how to grow anymore. We do not know how to grow in a high, inclusive, and sustainable fashion. This is true for most of the Western economies. We've lost our ability to have a potent growth model, and that's really problematic. The second issue, and it's great that it's this conference, is that not only is there an issue of inequality of income and wealth, there's an inequality of opportunity. And that inequality of opportunity has been getting worse, which means that you have talent, but that talent cannot be unleashed. There's discussions going about that. And then third, we've understood much better what's wrong with domestic economic policy making and the lack of coordination that goes on. So, my hope is that what you'll get will come out stronger, because we recognize that we have these fundamental problems that we have denied for a very long time.
So, okay, having started with your comfort zone, the macro, I was thinking, given this is a build as a fireside chat, we could talk a little bit more about what matters to you, because you mentioned opportunity. You were at PIMCO Allianz now. You've had a long career in economics, I think the International Monetary Fund, in various different institutions, but now you're at Cambridge. Opportunity presumably matters to you, and you're seeing firsthand, what's happening with educational outcomes. Just tell us a bit about that and your perspective on it.
So I've been extremely lucky in my life because I went to where I am now. And I remember what I was like as an 18-year-old kid going in, and I remember what I was like coming out. And the experience completely transformed me. And the tools that I gained are tools that I still use today. So fast forward my career, I got to a stage where I decided that I would no longer have a full-time job. I wanted to spend more time with my 11-year-old daughter at the time. And I took what's called as the portfolio approach, which is lots of things, but you control your time. And I thought I would never have a full-time job again. And then this opportunity came up. And because I had experienced the transformational power of education, I wanted to go back to a place that takes access and participation extremely seriously and be part of it. So going back was about providing more opportunities to really bright kids, especially those who come from underprivileged backgrounds. And what I see every single day tells you that that's a really important bet for society. There are silly things that get in the way of talent. And that talent is unexploited, and everybody is worse off. And if you can lift these obstacles, and they're not very exciting, but it's a job you've got to understand what the issue is. I'll give you an example. When I was at PIMCO, which is an investment management firm, we hired people with advanced degrees. And we were very keen to have cognitive diversity. We wanted to have different people in the room because we believed that that was better. And of course, it's merit-based. There's no compromises on merit. But to the extent that we could have cognitive diversity, that would be much better. And yet, the people we saw were not diverse at all. When I got to Cambridge, there was one person who had come top of her year. First generation university. No one in her year had gone to university. And we were absolutely convinced she was going to go on and do a second degree. And she decided to join the labor force. So we asked her why. And she said something really interesting. It's not just that I'm not sure whether I can afford another few years at university. There's enormous pressure on me to monetize my first degree. My family's putting enormous pressure on me. I'm the first one to go to university. They want me to go get a semi-skilled, skilled job. That person's father had very unskilled job, never went to university, lived in a caravan, and enormous pressure. So we came up with a very simple idea, and donors supported us, is to have a scholarship that in addition to paying for fees, maintenance, everything else, explicitly has an extra amount of money that people can do whatever they want with, as a supplement to what they need. That scholarship, 2/3 of the people who get that money send that amount home.
But that's unusual, is it? The structure, that particular
That's
structure.
completely unusual. But it came from talking to people and saying, what is it? The other thing we've learned is opening up access to education is a necessary but not sufficient condition. Many of the people who come from underprivileged background lack life skills. They don't have the environment I had where my parents told me what to wear to an interview. Okay, what's an interview like? So what you realize is there's all these institutional failures that get in the way of opportunity. And if you can relax them one by one, there is no one size fits all. You can provide much broader opportunities, and society is much better off as a result.
But do you find yourself feeling kind of, more anxious or more excited when thinking about the futures of some of the young people who are at college? Because I think, for a lot of us who look at the lot of younger people taking on greater student debt than ever before, facing potentially greater challenges than ever before in the workplace, how much of that do you just think, well, they've got it tougher than any previous generation?
So I think they've got it tougher for many other reasons. I have 2 daughters and I constantly apologize to them because my generation is leaving them with a debt problem, a growth problem, an inequality problem, and a climate problem. And I'm saying, I'm sorry, we messed up. We thought we could increase debt forever. We thought it didn't matter that we didn't take growth seriously enough. And we didn't respect our planet. And as a result, you have all that. But the good news is there are also many more tools than my generation had to make things better. So yes, undoubtedly, I'm anxious about the burdens that the younger generation have, undoubtedly, but I'm also incredibly excited about the tools they have to try and address these challenges.
Talking about tools, actually, one thing that I know has come up, and it is one of the big topics of the day, is AI, artificial intelligence. Which camp do you find yourself drawn towards? Because as we all know, there are some people who are kind of AI doomsters and other people who think that AI is going to completely save the world and solve all of our problems. Is it going to put us all out of work? Is it going to be kind of an enormous challenge? Where do you when you read all this coverage or use ChatGPT, do you find yourself kind of, feeling terrified or feeling excited?
Both. A disruptive innovation is called disruptive for a reason. It can make good things happen, it can make bad things happen. Every single innovation that has come has had those two elements to it. And there's a second aspect, which is the first round of an innovation tends to end up in tears. It happened with the steam engine, happened with fiber optics. And there's a reason with that, is, we as humans, the minute you reduce the barrier of entry to an activity we want, we will overproduce it and we'll overconsume it. Okay, I can take you innovation after innovation where we all rush in to produce it and consume it, and next thing we know, we don't have the infrastructure, we don't have the architecture, and then we start rebuilding it. So it doesn't surprise me that we're having this mix right now, because we realize that there's benefits and there's risks. But this is one of the most exciting innovations. It has enormous potential in terms of leveling the playing field. It has enormous potential in terms of improving productivity, but it also has enormous risk with it. And governments are not going to be able to regulate this well. There's going to have to be industry regulating as well.
But how about that stuff about wiping out humanity? Do you read that and think, oh, come on?
I do tend to say, oh, come on.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
I'm quite glad to hear that.
But look, I grew up, and I'm old, when the calculator came in. We weren't allowed to use a calculator in exams. We had to have a slide rule, because somehow the calculator would take away our ability to do arithmetic, which is true, by the way. But then when finally we were allowed to have a calculator, it was only a basic calculator. Today, we realize that these are tools, and what we need to do is create the right infrastructure, the right environment to use these tools, but we can't deny the tools. And, this notion that you can stop. So, for example, the best teachers are terrified of ChatGPT because it can produce an essay, and it's actually very hard. So, one of the professors that I respect the most, when they issue the paper, the question, they also send what ChatGPT responded as a way to tell the student, you know what, I'm on you, okay? This is what ChatGPT said, right? And think a little bit about that answer, because there's lots of mistakes in it as well when you write your essay. So he's not denying, this particular professor is not denying, he's saying just be careful how you use it.
One of the first things I did, obviously, as a journalist when ChatGPT became available was I went online and I asked it I commissioned a column on quantitative easing, I think, and whether it had been a total disaster or whether it had been great. And it came back with something that was, it was a bit bland and not especially original, but it was kind of close enough to make me quite nervous as a journalist. And then I said, okay, well, can you do the same thing in a Scottish accent? And it did.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that kind of implies.
And you can ask it, can you write it as a poem?
Right, exactly. And it can do it as a sonnet, not very good sonnets, but if it's a first iteration of this general purpose technology that will potentially change the world, it's already kind of more powerful than a lot of people had thought.
No, but you should be less worried. Your editor should be very worried.
Okay, that's good to know.
Okay, so when we write articles, we send it to an editor. I had a very simple experiment. I put it in ChatGPT and said, edit this draft for me. And it edited. So the content is all mine. It just moved sentences around.
You did this for one of your columns?
I did this for one of my columns, and I sent it to the editor. It's not for the FT, it's for another publication. And the editor hardly had any comments on the draft I sent. And then I told him, by the way, I ran that past ChatGPT. I'm worried about your job. But you should try it.
Yeah, no.
It's your content. It doesn't add anything.
I'm very assured by this, and I'm going to raise this with all of my bosses. So that's good news. Let's kind of go back to that thing that you talked about, because we've forgotten how to grow the economy. We've lost that habit of productivity. When you look at where we are right now, do you see kind of where are the areas where you think there are opportunities, where there's reason for hope? We were talking about this a little bit beforehand. Are we at the beginning of something exciting? Because some people say we are. Or are those enormous amounts of debt, amounts of inflation that you talked about earlier, just going to kind of completely overwhelm all of the good stuff?
Growth is the answer to lots and lots of problems. Sustainable growth is the answer to most problems.
Yeah.
Okay. We haven't lost the ability to grow. We've just looked for shortcuts. And it all started in the 2000s. In the 2000s, with the exception of Germany, the West stopped investing in human capital, stopped investing in infrastructure, stopped investing in enablers of productivity because we fell in love with finance. We somehow believed that finance was the next level of capitalism. So agriculture, industry, manufacturing, services, then you get to finance. Countries started to compete to be the financial center of the world. If you weren't big enough, if you were Iceland, if you were Switzerland, if you were Dubai, it didn't matter. You could grow finance to be a multiple of your economy because it's such a good thing. And we lost sight of the fact that it's not called finance, it's called financial services because it serves the real economy. So the private factories of leverage, of debt, of credit overdid it. We had the global financial crisis. At that point, we had a golden opportunity to reset. I'm talking about 2010. So 2008 is a global financial crisis. We're in emergency mode till March, April 2009. We come out of it. 2010, we have an ability to think about how to grow. And then central banks get into the act. And the central bank balance sheet replaced the private factories of credit. To give you the magnitude, the Fed's balance sheet went from below 2 billion to 9 billion. That's a whole lot of money. And the notion was just throw money at the problem, just throw money at the problem. And that's not the right answer. So yeah, we have a great ability, but it's hard. And it's not a really good political equation because it doesn't deliver immediately. You have to do hard stuff now for something that's 3 to 4 years in the future.
That's quite radical stuff, though, and also coming from a former financier as well. The problem was we became too obsessed with finance. We thought finance was a thing. We kind of forgot that it's financial intermediation. It is not, necessarily an enormous growth area in itself. But also critically that there was so much talk, wasn't there, in 2008, 2009, 2010 about the fact that it was the end of the road for finance, but we didn't follow through on it. Is that the point?
Correct.
We just put everything under the carpet and papered over the...
Correct. I mean, central banks came in. They wanted to be a bridge to a better world, and they became the only game in town. They basically became the only serious policymaker, and they got sucked in more and more, and they could never get out.
But specifically, what would that have involved if we had done it better? If we had had a genuine rethink about finance as opposed to everywhere else back in 2009, let's say, what would that have looked like?
We would have invested in infrastructure. We would have invested in people. We would have talked very seriously about about labor retooling. We would have gone back to the basics of growth, productivity. And it's human, it's labor, it's capital, and it's the way labor and capital interact. But we lost sight of this. Now, the good news I'm saying is we're going back there because we've run out of easy answers. Debt levels are too high. Central banks cannot flood us with money anymore. Inflation is too high. We have no choice but to go back to the basics. And if we try shortcuts, massive unfunded tax cuts, you end up with another problem. So this is really good. But I'm curious. I mean, you've written a book. You've written a book about basic elements that we need. Have we invested enough in this?
I can only ever ask questions, and now I feel very, ill at ease suddenly. I've written a book called Material World. It's coming out this week, but this is not, it's not what this is about, but it is available if you want to buy it. And the thing that I've found definitely from having looked, so the gist of the book is just trying to tell the story of the modern world through 6 materials without which we couldn't really kind of survive or thrive. So everything from sand, from which we get obviously silicon chips, and also glass, and also concrete. So we're talking about the infrastructure, we're talking about technology, all the way through to, via a few other materials, all the way through to lithium and lithium-ion batteries. And what's really striking, well, I suppose what's striking for me, that there's a few things. First of all, we particularly in the UK, deindustrialized so fast, and industry became, a bad word. And I think we did drink the Kool-Aid of the financialization, and we were very proud of the fact that we indeed are amazing at doing finance, but we kind of thought, well, that's enough to really put all our chips into that. And we allowed a lot of things that we were also very good at, making stuff, engineering, actually building things. We allowed that to kind of fall by the wayside, and we did so indirectly through, higher energy prices and various other regulations that made it difficult to get stuff done. And what's interesting about this moment that we're in right now is certainly in the US, it seems to me, Joe Biden has, and actually, hitherto, previous to him, to some extent, Donald Trump, have been trying to shift momentum, especially Joe Biden with the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS Act. And the emphasis now is on reindustrializing. And that's really interesting to me, both because it's an enormous policy in the US, but also because so far we don't really have that much of a policy here in the UK. And it feels like maybe because we became so enamored with the financial sector, with services, with intangibles, at which we are really good and which obviously matter, there's still a little bit of reluctance here in this country to try to kind of re-embrace reindustrialization, in all the ways that goes, bringing down energy prices, making it easier to build, making it easier to make stuff. But the other thing that strikes me, and I'm going to shut up because this really isn't about me and my book, which is available at all good bookstores. It's called Material World, by the way. It is that...
And it's out on Thursday.
And it's out Thursday, thanks, Mohamed. It is that while we were kind of stepping back and the US was stepping back on this, there was one country in particular that was going in the other direction and embracing all of this, and that was China. And the extent to which China dominates all of these industries which Joe Biden now wants to bring back into the US, apart from chips, which the US genuinely still has a lead in a lot of those different bits of it. The extent to which China dominates, the creation of polysilicon, which you need to make solar panels, you need to make it into silicon wafers that you go into computers. The extent to which they dominate batteries, the extent to which they dominate, the manufacture of the steel that goes into wind turbines and the blades that go on wind turbines. Basically, anything to do with the green economy, China has this enormous foothold and lead and stranglehold over the global market, even as the noises towards China become more bellicose. And that, for me, is, I guess, the corollary to what you were talking about earlier, Mohamed, that the nervousness about the place that we're in at the moment, it's not just inflation, but of course this is very inflationary, talking about the supply side of the economy. But we are making some scary noises towards a country without which we can't actually make this stuff right now, and we need to learn pretty quickly how to make the stuff. And that's scary, but it's also exciting because these are skills that we know that we can do. These are things that we can potentially build. In the US, they're throwing a lot of money at people to actually make them. I think the question is, A, whether that's affordable, B, whether we end up doing something like that over here, or indeed whether there's a little bit of it that we can end up doing, and see, whether maybe I don't know, I'm just curious about where the UK sees its place in this, and I don't think we know that yet, and I don't think, frankly, the government knows that yet, and I don't know if the Labour Party quite know what our part is in all of this. But it's a moment, I think. And I think, I feel like we need, in order to do, okay, sorry, one more thing and I'll shut up. We need to do, the nature, the scale of what we need to do in order to get to net zero is utterly enormous because we need to reimagine so many different parts of the industrial fabric. It's not just about wind turbines, it's not just about making hydrogen, it's not just about, carbon capture and all of those things. We need to think about how we refine metals better without emitting that much carbon. We need to think about how we're going to kind of make chemicals without doing it. There's so many different parts of the backbone of the world which we inhabit and which we touch on a daily basis that we need to think about doing again from scratch in the space of the next 30 years or even 25 years. That means basically doing another industrial revolution, because all the stuff we're touching right now came to us through the benefit of the many industrial revolutions we've had in the past. So trying to compress that into 25 years is one of the toughest tasks that we have ever had to do as a species. So that's going to be interesting. And it should be an enormous opportunity, but by the same token, boy, the challenge of trying to compress that all while also possibly alienating the country which is doing it best right now is pretty terrifying as well.
So clearly I should be asking the question and you should be answering them.
No, that's it.
So let me ask you, no, but related to that. Okay, the US Inflation Reduction Act, which is a great name because
it's not anything like that.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with inflation reduction, but people love the fact.
It'll raise inflation.
It will, yes. As will nearshoring and friendshoring and everything else you hear. There's been two reactions to it. I'm going to ask you to pick a point in this range.
Yeah, but I'm going to ask you a question back.
Is protectionism, is back to the past, it is industrial policy, it is about picking winners, it's going to fail. So that's 0 on your scale. 10, it is an incredible vision. It understands the failures that are going on, market, institutional, and the US has found something that not only makes economic sense, but makes national security sense vis-a-vis China. So if 0 is protectionism, industrial policy, failure, 10 is vision, economics, and national security. Where does Ed come into this?
I dispute the way you framed that question, Mohamed.
Why?
I think it's very. I don't know if it's
Why?
possible.
The Europeans have complained it's protectionism.
Yeah, no, well, it's true. It is undoubtedly parts of it are kind of very protectionist, explicitly protectionist, and undoubtedly parts of it are. Is it picking winners? It's picking sectors that might win. So it's not actually picking companies that are necessarily going to win.
Sectors.
But it's saying, okay, on hydrogen, here is the price we're going to pay you for X. For carbon capture, here's the price we're going to pay you. The scale of how expensive it is, and I'm going to kind of subtly turn this into a question, the scale of how expensive it is extraordinary. And I've been kind of screaming about how consequential and important the Inflation Reduction Act is for all of us for quite some time, and I don't know if it's kind of getting through, but this matters enormously, partly because companies in this country are leaving us right now to go and build factories in the US, partly because of those kind of geopolitical consequences, but partly because we just don't even know how big this is going to be. The CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, has put a vague estimate on how much of an impact this is going to be. Maybe they say it was at $350 billion. But it's entirely dependent on how much demand there is for all of these subsidies that the US is offering. And right now they're offering a lot, and people seem to be taking a lot. And the upshot of that is that it could be $1 trillion, it could be more than $1 trillion. And if that's the case, that's kind of like 4% of US GDP. It's a lot. Which raises this question, and I'd be curious for your take on this. Looking at some of the numbers on the US fiscal position. Okay, we had the debt ceiling crisis recently, and that it came and it went, and there was an accommodation, and Congress kind of sorted itself out to some extent. And it was portrayed, partly because this certainly is the case, in this country as being largely a sign of US political dysfunction. However, there's also something else going on there, which is when you look at those numbers, the trajectory of US deficit is getting bigger and bigger, and the trajectory of US debt is getting bigger and bigger as well, up to the highest levels it's been since the Second World War. And therefore, that's possibly an issue, isn't it? Does it look like the US has an unsustainable debt situation right now?
Okay, but you're really not going to give me a number between 0 and 10?
Oh, okay, all right. I mean, I just have to say 5, won't I? Because that's just the boring kind of.
Okay, I think it's 7.
Yeah, it might be 7.
Look, I think the worry about US debt is excessive right now for the simple fact that the US is a reserve currency. It's very different from the UK. Here, if we try to issue more and more debt, foreign investors will worry, they'll go elsewhere. The pound is not a reserve currency. It's not a natural home for so much of the world's capital. And then
as we learned quite recently.
As we learned, and we saw interest rates go up by 4 percentage points in a few days. The US is very different. People forget that the world often solves in relative terms, not in absolute terms. So when it comes to a currency, that's particularly true. It's a syndrome of the cleanest dirty shirt. So assume that you are on a business trip, that you've packed for the right amount of days, and suddenly your trip is extended and you can't get your shirt washed. You will have no choice but to go find your least dirty shirt and wear it. The shirt is not pristine by any means, but it's better than all the other alternatives. That's the case for the US dollar. The US dollar is not pristine. There's many things wrong with the US economy, including the debt. But it is better than any other shirt available. And that allows the US a much longer runway to get its act together. If you're a developing country, if you're Zimbabwe, then no one even thinks of your shirt as being anywhere clean. There's so many other shirts that can be worn before you that you immediately have a crisis. And then the UK is somewhere towards the US. So in the long term, do they have a problem? Yes. Will they feel it in the short term? No.
No. So they could borrow just more and more.
Correct.
And but the hope presumably is that there is enormous growth. And how, do you buy that? I mean, when you look at things like the Inflation Reduction Act, when you look at kind of US economic policy, do you see a lot of debt that's a lot of spending that's going to be wasted? Or do you see the beginnings of this new era of strong year-on-year growth?
So I see both, and that's what a political system will do. It will waste lots of money, but it will also enable things. If we can just go back to what we learned during the pandemic, we would be so much better off. During the pandemic, we learned how powerful private-public partnerships can be. The development of the vaccine was the most amazing public-private partnership. It delivered something that surprised people on the upside. It was delivered by commercial entities, but it also involved government support. So what was so special about that is that the government didn't come in and say, I'm going to set up a factory and I'm going to create the vaccine and produce it. It didn't come in and say, I'm going to give as much money as it needs. It came in and said, I'm going to take out catastrophic risk. I'm going to take the one risk that would paralyze a private company from pursuing a certain initiative. So it risk-tranched and didn't insure every level of risk. It insured the catastrophic risk. And once you take the catastrophic risk out of the equation for a company, it changes completely the equation. And what the Inflation Reduction Act is trying to do, but they've gone a little bit too far, is exactly the same thing, which is take out some of the catastrophic risk to allow all these new industries to take off.
Right, I see, okay. I should say, so we've got 5 minutes left. Let's just talk specifically about the UK. So we're in an interesting time right now. Well, actually, first of all, as someone who still has half a foot in the kind of international world of finance and economists, how would you say we're viewed right now?
I think we're viewed as people who shoot ourselves in the foot. That's how we're viewed. That not only are we in a difficult neighborhood, the global economy, but we tend to complicate life for ourselves. That's how we view it.
How long do those? And this is partly, obviously, presumably that's partly last year, but is it partly kind of the previous 4 years as well?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get into the Brexit debate, but I do know that in life, you do not dismantle something without knowing what you're going to put in place. Because when you dismantle things, there are massive transition costs. And the outside world says, well, the UK maybe had good reason to exit the EU, but what did it replace it with? I can't answer that question. The hope was a whole series of free trade agreements, but it's not happening with the US. It's not, Europe is still a bit of a mess.
We've got the Atlantic Partnership, don't forget about the Atlantic Partnership.
Yes, well, maybe. So the outside world looks at the UK and say, okay, so you've decided you're a trading nation, you are a small open economy, that's how it's defined in economic terms, and yet I don't quite understand what your external relations are right now on the trade side, on the investment side. And then they look at us internally and they keep on seeing we sort of trip ourselves up. So I do think, there's a lot that has to be done to allow the UK an equal opportunity to grab these opportunities that are out there.
So what is your advice then to, whether it's the current government or indeed the government that might well be, how do they kind of push this country into the right direction?
Rethink your growth strategy. Have a growth model that works, that isn't reliant on throwing money at it and not investing in what enhances productivity. Appoint a growth czar, someone who is at the level of the Prime Minister's office. There's this notion in the US, the Council of the National Economic Council, which overlooks all the different entities to make sure that there's a common theme that goes across. Growth should be that common theme. Whenever there are policies designed, someone in the room should be asking, what does that imply for productivity? What does that imply for economic growth? So you try to hardwire it into the decision-making process and then accelerate the multilateral interaction. The UK has always punched above its weight on the global stage. And right now, it's punching below its weight on the global stage.
We did have a Prime Minister who was very obsessed with growth quite recently. So what are the lessons from that?
So 2/3 of what that Prime Minister proposed was correct. Had that Prime Minister done what Margaret Thatcher had done and waited on the unfunded tax cuts, we wouldn't have had the instability that we had. It was that third component. And it was interesting to me that when the market reacted, and the market reacted really quickly, the message wasn't heard. Because I remember the announcement, I remember what happened on the Thursday to Friday, that could have easily been recast during the weekend. We will have the tax cuts, but down the road. And we will do what happened under Margaret Thatcher. We will get the growth side correct first, and then we will do the tax cuts.
Yeah, that message was the one eventually, but not at that weekend.
Correct.
At that weekend, it was just more tax cuts. We've got more to come. Okay, so one final bit of advice. You said that we need to focus on, get a growth strategy. Is there one particular thing that we do in this country that you think is particularly, there's a great opportunity there? Education, maybe?
Education, we do great. I mean, we do lots of things well. We just somehow don't focus enough on this. If you ask me a different question, if I knew nothing about how the UK has been run, but I look at all that the UK has, the attributes, would I bet on the UK? I absolutely would bet on the UK. Right? So it's not that we lack the attributes, we have them. We just lack the management. There's 3 levels of failures. One is the we've lost the ability to grow. 2 is we've lost the ability to manage our affairs well, domestically, economically. And 3rd, we've lost the ability to interact with the rest of the world in a beneficial manner. And all 3 can be fixed. Okay. And I actually think what's coming in terms of the green transition, the generative AI, is a massive opportunity to accelerate that change.
Okay, well that's great. That's the positive note. Thank you, Mohamed El-Erian. Thank you so much for this conversation, this fireside chat. Thank you all of you for being here as well. I know that Mohamed has to get a train back up to Cambridge very soon. So thank you very much for listening to us.
Well, thank you very much, all of you, for coming. It says closing remarks. It's just me really saying thank you, but also announcing that the CPS will be doing some brilliant policy work on many of the issues that have been talked about today. So look for that in the coming months. But also that this year is the 49th anniversary of this great think tank, which means, of course, that next year is the 50th anniversary of this great think tank. Nothing else is happening in British politics next year. It's just got the train to ourselves. But we will be changing things up a little and doing a whole program of anniversary events. If you want to know more about that, if you want to get involved, if you want to sign up to be an associate of the CPS, if you want to sign up to the CapEx newsletter, please do so, and please get in touch with one of our team, because we're going to have a lot of exciting things to say about that. But in the meantime, thank you all so very much for spending the day here, and thank you to all of our speakers as well. Thank you.